All right, I'd like to go ahead and start the calendar meeting that is scheduled. Yeah, I don't know. Let's use this. As again per code 3234, each county must submit a calendar for approval to the state superintendent of schools. Counties must hold 2 public hearings that allow interested parties to discuss the calendar. The calendar must have 180 days of instruction, a 48-week maximum window, and county boards cannot hold graduations or release seniors any earlier than 5 days prior to the last instructional day of school. Counties must schedule 6 faculty senate meetings, and they tell you what months now you have to have those faculty senate meetings on. So that's some of the requirements. There are 20 days, non-instructional days, of course the legal holidays, OS days. There are 6 OS days. 4 of those must occur after the 130th day of school. That's part of that code. Prep days, we have 5 days of staff development, prep day before, and 1 day after the last day of instruction. The calendar that our staff overwhelmingly approved and would like to get approved, the first day for teachers would be August 14th. August 19th would be a prep day for teachers, and the first day of school for students would be August 20th. Last day of the first semester will be January 9th, so that would be a week after we come back, or the week after we come back from Christmas break. And the closing and prep day, of course, would be on June 2nd. A couple other highlights of that calendar. If it is approved, graduation would be on May 21st, 2026. Just so you guys know that. But what we'll do is we have to have this hearing today if there's any changes that need to be made. And then at the next meeting, I'll ask the board to approve the calendar that I've presented the last 2 meetings. The breaks would be Thanksgiving break, Christmas break as usual. Christmas break would be December 23rd through January 3rd, returning on the 6th of January. Spring break at April 2nd through the 6th, return on the 7th. And then those CD days, the 14th, 15th, and 18th, and June 6th. Professional learning days for our teachers. We tried to spread out through the year, just so we have opportunities when we need them, maybe when data is available, or we've had some benchmark testing or something like that we need to go over that data. Our teachers do and make a plan moving forward. And then we have our OS days that are part of the calendar. And that's all I have for the calendar. Is there any questions about the calendar that I can answer for anyone moving forward? If there are no questions, the regular board meeting will start promptly at 7. Thank you.
Okay. Is that on? Can you hear me? Okay. It's not as loud as I remember it from the last time. I would like to call this meeting to order, but before I do, I would like to read a statement to the audience. This is a regular meeting of the Tyler County Board of Education, and before we begin tonight's proceedings, I want to acknowledge that recent events have brought a significant amount of attention on our school system and administration, and while emotions are high and many people have a vested interest one way or another in any action taken tonight, I ask that each of you consider how your remarks may be perceived in the public arena. Please remember that our meetings are live streamed, and therefore an audience outside Tyler County will view your demeanor and hear your remarks. Please be civil and mindful that children will be watching how we conduct ourselves here tonight. Please model appropriate behavior for them. The Open Meetings Act dictates a few rules of decorum. First, no speaking out or yelling when others are speaking. Second, please limit your remarks to 10 minutes and be professional. Third, comments shall be made to the board and not the audience. Fourth, the board president has the authority to maintain decorum and terminate any presentation which becomes personal, inappropriate, or abusive. The board is not responsible for comments made by those wishing to address the board. Speakers are solely responsible for their remarks. The board appreciates the interest in the continued success of Tyler County Schools and the concern for our students. Going forward, please be mindful that our focus should be on the students. Thank you. Okay, now I will call the meeting to order, and I also want to say that all Tyler County Board meetings are live streamed on YouTube. The mission statement of Tyler County Schools. The mission of Tyler County Schools is to provide student-centered learning opportunities that ensure all students will learn to their potential and master the skills, ethical behaviors, and attitudes needed to be successful citizens in a 21st century economy. Please rise for a moment of silence and the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so I have forgotten my gavel, so I may be hitting the desk with my hand, so don't get surprised. Roll call. All members are present. We will move on to approval of the minutes of the February 3rd, 2025 meeting. Do I have a motion?
Make the motion.
Larry made the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Scott seconded. Any questions or corrections to the minutes? If none, all those in favor of approving the minutes for February 3rd, 2025, say aye. Aye. Okay, presentations. Our first presentation tonight is Middleburn Library, Roseanne Eastham.
Hi, I'd like to thank you all for your continued support of the library. And I gave you information in your packets. I'm not going to read the whole thing, just give some highlights of what we do at the library. We do craft nights for kindergarten through 5th grade, once a month for each grade level. We also do the tutoring after school on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. That involves kids coming in, they have homework, we try to get their homework done. If they're struggling with anything, we try to help work on that with them. We have about 10 kids right now between middle school, high school, and elementary school coming. We do have 2 high school students that are now employed at the library that are helping with the tutoring, because we couldn't find anybody that would work for what we can give them. But the high school students have been a big help. The kids get along better with them because they're closer to their age and they can kid around and do different things, whereas I'm just the mean old librarian that cracks the whip, so sorry, can't help it. We've also started some programs for the adults in the county for computer, iPad, iPhone. Most of it's just one-on-one. They come in, tell me what they need, I help them figure it out. Tried to do some classes, but this one wants this one wants that. They don't all want the same thing and they get bored, so we just kind of do that one-on-one. Summer reading we'll be doing again this year. We've done the Stay in the Groove in the past, not sure if we're going to do that same thing. We're thinking about some other things that we can do over the summer just to keep the kids on task, reading, doing a little bit of math, making it fun though, not just book work. So if you could continue our funding, I'd appreciate it. And if there's any questions, I can answer them. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Roseanne. Okay, the next presentation up is the TCHS LSIC. Oh, well, it's not on there that way. We switched it up. Okay, we're having the Tyler Consolidated Middle School LSIC first.
All right, good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Hiley. And we thought it'd be better to have the middle school go first to show how things are aligned and flow together.
That's true.
I've been told by many to keep it short this evening. You give me a chance to talk about our school, I can go for days. So I made note cards not to remember what to say, but just to stay on task. So I'll do my best here. And then you'll notice we'll utilize many of our staff members, parents, students, all the stakeholders that play a part in what we do with our school. I need the clicker. All right, so as you can see, our mission statement, the mission of Tyler Consolidated Middle School is to make it possible for all students to learn the academic and social skills needed to succeed in high school. We developed this 2 years ago and try to really align it with the high school. As you'll see, their mission statement is to prepare them for what's next after high school. As for us, we want to prepare our kids for what's next, and that would be for middle school kids, high school. So every decision that we make, everything we do is driven by this mission statement. I threw this slide on here. Like I explained, our presentation is going to flow right into the high school. I think we have a really a luxury with our design of our building that we share it 6 through 12 high school middle. We're separate in the building, but it's very easy for us to work together, and I'm fortunate to have started this position close to when Mr. Morris started at the high school. So we've really kind of dove in this together and just try to work together as much as possible and create the best experience possible for kids grades 6 through 12th grade. So it should really feel like one big school the whole way through. So these pictures, obviously on the right, that was graduation for the high school students. And then on the left, that is Mr. Morris speaking to our 8th graders on one of the last days of school. We actually used them to help carry the chairs up back to the school, but Mrs. Morris and I, Mrs. Dillerman, our counselor, we every year we go and speak to the 5th grade students of the elementaries. So this was our opportunity to have Mr. Morris speak to the 8th graders who would be his incoming 9th graders. So it's also a great photo op. So, but it was just, one of the first things he mentioned was this is where you'll be sitting in 4 years from now, and they talked about their future and the opportunities that they have. So it's something we try to continue every year. Just a little about us. Last year our enrollment was 266 students. This year that's grown significantly to currently have 317 students. We had a large incoming class of 6th graders this year, totaling 131 students, and that grew about weekly in the month of August. And next year, it should even out, and we'll have about, at this time, 324 students expected enrolled next year. I anticipate that to grow between now and when school starts back in August. And I also wanted to highlight, we have 22 professional teaching positions in our school, and we've got 22 certified teachers. So I don't know if that, it's not very common, so that's something we're really proud of, that people want to be here to work. So our foundation, the logo on the left there, that's our middle school academy. Mrs. Morris and I worked this summer to develop that, and what that is, on the first day of school, our kids, they go through their normal schedule and spend a little bit more time with their advisors, and we'll have our welcome back assembly, but we had like a slideshow that guided our kids through the whole entire day, and it taught them, procedures throughout the school day, expectations, and pretty much everything a kid would need to know about middle school. And then we did a middle school academy 2.0 when we came back from winter break. I just thought it was a good time just to, I know that's information they all knew and probably didn't love doing again, but it's important to continue to have those reminders and make sure that everybody's on the same page. See, I'm already getting off my note cards here. Oh, and then I forgot to mention on the last slide here with our 22 teaching positions. That's grown in the last 2 years. When we sit down to do master scheduling, and we look at our numbers and work closely with Mrs. Miller, Mrs. Walton, and Mr. Hiley, and anytime we feel like we have a need for another position, no questions asked, they fully support us, and we're very grateful for that to be able to expand our opportunities and offerings for our students. And then on the right there, that's kind of part of our middle school academy, and that graphics on the back of all the student planners. That's our non-negotiables, and everything falls under the word respect. We talk about this probably weekly, and anytime I have to have a conversation with a student, I always try to refer to this, and whatever the situation is, we can always refer to where was the disrespect. Was it to ourselves, our classmates, our teachers, or our school? So this is going to kind of drive our presentation here, our strategic plan goals. Some of this, I know, if you remember our presentation back in the fall on our MTSS and our nighttime, a lot of this you've probably seen somewhat before, so I'll try to condense it and not go as deep into that as I did in the fall, but then we have a lot more that we want to highlight as well. So our 4 goals, increase attendance, increase academic achievement, that's proficiency on the West Virginia General Summative Assessment. Our nighttime, that's our multi-tier system of support, that's measured, our academic piece is measured by our iReady benchmark, and then we have a couple other data points that we use within that too. And then our 4th goal is parent and community relations. So first we'll start with goal 1, attendance. I'm going to have Mr. Asturi, he's our community and schools site coordinator. I believe he might have been on the agenda in the past, or he was going to do a presentation from communities and schools. So we just thought it was a perfect time to slide it into our school LSIC presentation. So I'll hand it over to him to go over where we're at with attendance.
Hi guys. So last year we failed our attendance goal of 93%. We didn't make it. So over the summer, me and Mr. Winters, we had to make a plan to see how we could get to our goal and achieve it. You can see up here on this calendar, I'm up here on the screen, last year at this time, we were 38.43 chronic absenteeism in the middle school. That's a lot. We currently sit at right now 12.97. So we've made a big jump from year 1 to year 2 here with this community and schools program. What my job is, I have about 31 kids on my caseload right now, and those are mostly chronic absentee kids. And it's my job to get them to school. Find a way to get them to school, find a reason to get to school. So one of the ways that we did that was we implemented tier 1s. There's 4 tier 1s in the school. These are probably our 2 biggest tier 1s. Number 1's attendance madness. This is new. So we have advisors here. There's 16 advisor teachers. There's a certain amount of kids in each advisor. We do bracket play just like the NCAA tournament. So it's advisor versus advisor. The advisor who has the highest attendance will move on to the next round, so forth, through the whole 9 weeks. At the end, we have a champion. The first time with the first 9 weeks winners got to hold the flag at the Nailers game on the middle school field trip. The second 9 weeks winners got to go to Boggs for lunch. The next thing we do that the kids love is our intramural sports. We play every morning and at lunch. We're currently in basketball. Right now, we had about 19 teams sign up. It's a lot more than we had last year. Those are just some of our tier 1 goals that we do. Another tier 2, so tier 1 is the whole school. Tier 2 is my caseload. So what we've been doing every Monday to make it easy, we do character counts with my caseload only. I do it with my caseload, all 31 students. And we go over each pillar here. On a Monday, we'll pick one of the pillars and we'll discuss it, how we can do better in school, in life, just being a better person. So that is something that we've been doing. It's been working really well so far with this. Our second is, this is a data chart that shows you what I do on a daily basis, mostly what I do on a daily basis. There's a lot of, there's a lot of community and schools workers who go and they pull kids out. I try not to do that. I like to get into the classroom. I like to go to the classrooms to see the student because the number one thing that a student loves is getting out of class. And I don't want that to become a habit, so I usually go into the classrooms and I'll talk to them or I'll see them. But as you can see, we had a 50% improvement between the first 9 weeks and the second 9 weeks. And if we keep where we're at, the flu has hurt us pretty bad the last 2 weeks. But if we stay where we're at, we are going to hit our goal of 93% attendance this year. So that is what I do. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sturry. All right, so now we're on to goal 2, academic achievement, and that's measured by the West Virginia General Summative Assessment. I just wanted to show the statewide trends. This is from Zoom, West Virginia, and you can see where that dip is. Well, there's no data for the 1920 school year. That was the COVID year, and they didn't take the test that year. And you see the dip, the slight dip after that, and then gradually starting to climb back up. That represents, the learning loss as a result of COVID. And that's kind of what everyone's battling right now. So our data trend, you can see that the pandemic really impacted us more than the state average. And I think that's a result of, a lot of our kids in our county, or there's places that don't have internet. Virtual learning wasn't a great fit for, I would say, West Virginia as a whole. a lot of kids don't have the greatest support system at home to hold them accountable to that. So, we're starting to climb back up the ladder as well. We are above the state average, but always trying to find ways to get better. So what are we doing? And like I said, I presented it on this back in the fall, so I won't go as in depth, but we're following the West Virginia tiered system of support model there on the left with a star, the whole child in the middle. And we focus on academics, behavior, mental health, and that's kind of what we designed our nighttime around. So this isn't like in a student's regular class schedule. This was originally our advisory period. It's about 40 minutes right after lunch, and we implemented this structure to revolve around the WVTSS model during that time. So each day has a theme, with Monday being mental wellness, and you can see our programs we utilize there is Think, Sync, and Character Counts. Tuesday is our math-focused day where we provide intervention. Wednesday we provide reading intervention. We utilize iReady as the data tool. And then Thursdays is our writing day, and we'll talk about this as we get into the presentation, but we recently implemented a new writing workshop that we are feel really good about. I think it's going to really make some progress. So Mrs. Bosa will talk about that here in a few slides. And then Fridays are our Fun Friday. That's where students can choose different enrichment activities and be rewarded for their hard work. And we utilize the Securely Flex program for that. So talking about Mondays, that's our mental wellness day. Like I said, our curriculum is the character counts, which Mr. Asturi hit on, and I think your last meeting or the meeting before, Mrs. Carpenter spoke on this very well, that we're doing this county-wide and really trying to align that K through 12. It's been really successful so far. And then our assessment piece is the Think Sync program, and that's how we gather data on student mental health. So again, our character counts, you see the 6 pillars. One of our custodians, Linda Kyle, took the time and hung the pillars in every hallway to get signage up, and so students can really see that it's something we're really emphasizing and really trying to make a point to truly build character. So we got trustworthiness, respect, responsibility, fairness, caring, and citizenship, and we're having a monthly theme for each pillar and focusing our Monday lessons on that pillar. And then this is our Think Sync data. This is from December. I didn't include the January when I got that report because we were, I think we were in school like one Monday in January, so it didn't really show a whole lot of difference. But you can see on the top there, each grade level, the active users, almost every single kid in each class is an active user on the program. And then it just shows by grade level on the chart going across the number of submissions per grade level each month. So you can see it's a little bit lower there in September. We started towards the end. We're still getting some kids. Had to do some technical work in the background because the program switched over with a lot of updates. So once we got that working smoothly, you can see the monthly submissions were pretty consistent from that point on. So as of December, we've had 1,601 total submissions amongst all students in the middle school. So then another piece of data we get from this program is it has an alert system, and that's really come a long way from where it started. You can see the different types of alerts. So when students do their weekly assessment based on the different types of responses, like I won't get into specifics, but like if they answer yes on a certain question, it'll populate questions that build off of that, and that's kind of what triggers different alerts. So, and there, some are more severe than others. Critical, it's self-harm or harming others. Coping, they might specify they resort to drugs or alcohol to cope with the situation, or use a word that might be alarming, or they just might need to talk to somebody and specify that as a way to reach out. And so there's a dashboard that alerts the Student Success Center staff and principals, and we can track and see, which kids were alerted, what's the severity of it, and it holds us accountable to make sure that we get everybody. But it's been, this is the 4th year. I started this before I took this job, so it's, I'm glad that we've been able to continue this. It's been a huge asset to our school, and it really helps to not have any kid fall through the cracks. I know everybody has a different way to reach out for a need. Not everybody's comfortable with going to an adult. Not everybody's comfortable with sending an email, and this is kind of an indirect way they can reach out and just have somebody check in with them. And sometimes it might not be a very urgent thing. It might just be they need someone to ask how their day is going, and if it's enough to provide that, then it's doing its job. Okay, so now we'll move on to our Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and I'll have Mrs. Morris talk about our reading and math intervention and iReady.
Hello. Please excuse me, I'm going to talk about numbers, so I'm probably going to just read off my paper so I don't mess up the numbers. But on Tuesdays during nighttime, our students participate in math intervention. This includes Tier 1, 2, and 3 intervention. All teachers in the entire building teach math during this allotted time period. Tier 1 students complete performance tasks with our non-math content teachers. Students in Tier 2 classrooms work on targeted intervention lessons with our math staff, and Tier 3 students receive strategic intervention from our special education teachers. To determine if a student needs Tier 1, 2, or 3 support, we work in collaborative groups of our math, special education, and administrative educators. We complete our data analysis of our iReady diagnostic assessments. The assessment is completed 3 times a year. After each diagnostic assessment, the staff completes additional data analysis and moves students fluidly between tiers as needed. The teachers also use iReady diagnostics to determine what skills are most direly in need of extra support and practice. During data analysis, we toggle through each domain to determine the most critical needs of the majority of our students. Last year was the first full year TCMS completed intervention in this type of manner. The results were phenomenal. The data that is currently being displayed on the screen is from the end of last school year. The graph on the top left shows that our students as a school made 150% progress towards typical growth on the math diagnostic assessment. Typical growth is the average annual growth a student should make in a year based on national norms. As you can see, we far surpassed the goal of 100%. The graph on the top right breaks down our students' growth by domain. The NO represents numbers and operations. ALG stands for algebraic thinking. MS means measurement, and GEO represents geometry. The colored bar that is lighter shows our results at the beginning of last year. And if you look towards the more vibrant bars, that shows our results at the end of last school year. As you can see, the students scoring red significantly decreased in all domains, and the students scoring green increased drastically. The graph in the center of the screen shows similar information, but as a school instead of by domain. On the far right, which is the red circle with the lines running through it, it shows that at the beginning of the year, 31% of our students were 3 or more grade levels behind. Through 1 year of intervention, that percentage shrunk to 16%. On the flip side of that graph is the percentage of on-level students. It increased from 15% to 24%. And our students above grade level increased from 6% to 20%. So in total, at the beginning of the year, we started with 21% of our students above grade level, and we ended the school year with 44% of our students on or above grade level. That is an increase of 23%. Imagine the impact intervention will have once students have this for all 3 years. Finally, please look at the percentage in the green box at the bottom. 59% of our 6th grade students improved 1 or more grade levels. 76% of 7th graders improved 1 or more grade levels, and 76% of all 8th graders improved 1 or more grade levels in just 1 year's time. That's incredible. On this next slide, you can view our reading intervention data completed on Wednesdays. Our reading intervention is set up in the exact same manner as our math intervention. Students take the iReady diagnostic, and our ELA, special education, and administrative staff use data analysis to determine the student's needs. In the top left box, you can see our students made 176% progress towards the national norm for what students should master in 1 year. The box in the top right area breaks down the growth by 6 domains. PA stands for phonemic awareness, PH represents phonics, HFW stands for high frequency words, VOC represents vocabulary, LIT stands for comprehension of literary text, and INFO is the comprehension of informational text. In the middle of your screen, you can see the red with the lines has shrunk from 58% to 37% of students scoring 3 or more grade levels below. And our percentage of students scoring at or above grade level in the green increased from 28% to 35%. Lastly, please look at the percentages in the green outlined box at the bottom. 51% of our 6th graders, 63% of our 7th graders, and 60% of our 8th graders increased 1 or more grade levels on the end of the year diagnostic assessment. It is evident that with this data, that not only do our students need effective intervention, but they are thriving with it. This year, we have continued our intervention plan with a few tweaks to make it an even greater impact. I'm excited to see where our intervention journey takes us, and I'm going to be happy to report our results at the end of the school year.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Morris. Now I'm going to have Mrs. Boso speak on our writing workshops that we started just this last Thursday during nighttime.
So for writing intervention, we used to use Writable, and this is a program that came with our ELA textbook. It has a lot of great skills lessons for our ELA students, and it's aligned to our ELA standards, so it also comes with a rubric that goes along with our state testing writing. While we were using this, we noticed that we had some growth across our writing, across all grade levels, but we really wanted to use our nighttime intervention time the same way we were doing with math and ELA reading. So we wanted to really up those writing scores and make sure that our students were getting all of the one-on-one attention that they needed with writing. In our most recent professional learning days, the ELA department and the special ed department met to plan out a breakdown of practicing for the West Virginia General Summative Assessment using our practice writing prompts that are provided. The goals we were striving for were to build small group instruction models, modeling to those students, writing strategies, and have students do partner work before moving them to independently complete those skills. We also wanted students to see the same instruction standards across all classrooms, no matter who was teaching it and no matter what content they already taught. So to accomplish our goals, all of our teachers were given a script and follow the same teaching techniques, so they're getting all that up front from any teacher. We decided that writing would take place over the course of a 5-week period, starting with informational text. There was a different topic for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, which are from the SGA practice resources. So 6th grade has invasive species, 7th grade got ancient cities, and 8th grade is working with voting, which are realistic topics and content related to what they would be studying in their content areas. The past week we covered annotating the text. Students had a mini lesson on annotating and using symbols for annotation, and the groups worked with teachers through the first text. Then students worked in groups, so student groups, to work through the second text, and finally they'll work on the final text independently. This week we'll finish up those annotations and move on to the body paragraphs, which follow the racist strategy that you can see up on the screen. Our new teacher, Mr. Cooper, brought forth the idea that some students struggle to begin writing an essay, and they do better by starting with the evidence paragraphs, or the body of the essay. So this is going to happen in session 2 and 3. Teachers will write and model the first body paragraph with their students and assist them in writing the second one independently. Week 4 and 5, they'll have a mini lesson on strong introductions and conclusions. They'll be modeling, and then they'll provide time to write. Research shows that teaching is one of the best forms of learning. So we strategically chose a small group of students across the whole middle school to team write, which is a trial run to research and kind of gain some data on student collaboration. So the students are going to collaboratively work through each step of the writing process in the STEAM lab with a teacher who is supervising. And they're doing the same writing process that takes place in the advisor classrooms, but this will be student-led. At the end of the 5-week period, all students will put their final product in our writable platform and see what their score is based on the state standard of grading. Also, at the end of this period, teachers are going to analyze the data. So we'll analyze that to cover any problem areas in small groups within our own classrooms and readjust our technique before we start teaching argumentative essays for the next 5-week period.
Thank you, Mrs. Boso. I also want to note, we've really emphasized writing across the curriculum this year, and this graphic on the racist strategy, we've distributed to all students and posted in all classrooms. So we're really working, our ELA and special ed teachers are really working with our whole staff to make them, more comfortable with implementing writing in their classrooms, and we're collecting writing samples from every content area and working with Mrs. Miller, and it's been really successful so far. Okay, and then lastly, we'll talk about our Friday, which is our Fun Friday, and I will let Mrs. Campbell speak on that.
Hello. For Fun Friday, we utilize nighttime to try to meet students where they are with multiple and fluid interventions and groupings to help reach their academic goals. To balance this and add a little enrichment, we have Fun Fridays. All teachers input a fun activity in our Flex Time app that we feel students would like to attend. A few of those include fantasy football, bingo, karaoke, open gym, rock painting, journaling, movies, book-it games, reading, board games, Sudoku, and when weather permits, outside activities. Students use our Flex Time app to select their favorite activity that is available. Teachers must have activities submitted by Tuesdays, and students can choose and change their selection anytime prior to Friday. If students have incomplete class assignments or homework for any reason, they are placed in a mandatory homework club or iReady Help so they can take care of their academic responsibilities before having fun. The offerings and activities change, but students and staff look forward to memory making and bond building moments each week.
Thank you, Mrs. Campbell. I do want to note the picture there on the top left. We had an all-day Fun Friday day, the day before Thanksgiving break, and Mr. Riggle and a couple other teachers put together a school-wide Madden tournament, and that was one of the coolest things I've ever seen. We had like 100-some kids huddled around the TV watching the championship Madden game, and they were so into it. It was awesome. And Mrs. Campbell started last week. She got a little karaoke machine, so I got to enjoy some middle school karaoke in her classroom last Friday. That was pretty entertaining, to say the least. So the kids really enjoy it, and our teachers get really creative with their offerings. Okay, and our last strategic plan goal, our parent and community relations. And I just pulled some data on our outreach. So this year we started a postcard program. We call it the Knight's Honor, and we distributed probably 50-some postcards to every teacher at the beginning of the year. And we're trying to, by the end of the year, make sure that at least every kid gets at least one. So at this time, we've sent 226 postcards home to kids with just a positive message from their teachers. It's a nice little personal touch as of yesterday. So we keep a spreadsheet to try to keep track of who's received one and to make sure that we get everybody by the end of the school year. And then yesterday I went through and I counted just because I was curious, and I also wanted to include it on the slideshow, but we've had 199 social media posts as of the start of the school year, or July 1. I would say it's probably about 203 now. We've had a few today, so it's just above 200. And then below with the graphics, you can see our social media outreach statistics. This is from our TCMS Facebook account. So out of all those posts this year, I set the date range so it matched up. We've had 18.5 thousand content interactions. That'd be like a comment, a share. It's reached 38.6 thousand total accounts, and we've had 585.2 thousand views on all our content. And that's probably a little bit more because we use the Thrill Share app. So when we upload something to our Facebook, it also goes on our school website. So that data doesn't represent anything that's been viewed on our school website. So it's actually more than what that shows there in the Facebook data. Next we have, so we've gone through our strategic plan goals. Now we're going to highlight some of the other things going on in our school, and we've really emphasized expanding our CTE, career exploration offerings at the middle school. And this year we started the Discover Your Future class, and our group of teachers worked extremely hard all summer to plan for that. So I'm going to let Mrs. Wright speak on Discover Your Future and other CTE opportunities.
So like he said, 5 of us teachers were presented with the opportunity to implement this program. It is meant to give exposure to all 16 career clusters. We met with the program coordinator during the professional development week at the end of June. She told us we could implement however we wanted. The state did provide a curriculum, however, it was being revamped and is still continuing to do that. So what we decided was we wanted to take some of their lessons but also create our own to make more meaningful learning opportunities, especially for kids in the area, and the different options that they have. So first off, we have partnered with the Department of Ed to bring in STEAM Tech. They're actually coming to my classroom on Thursday, so they get to do a hands-on, real-life, career-connected engineering project. We've also collaborated with staff members for in-school field trips. We've done astronomy with Mr. Wilhoit. Nurse Jan has come in to talk to our students. Radio and broadcasting with Mr. Warner, and then also agriculture with Ms. Fox. We're also been collaborating with the community. Dr. Meckley had come in the fall, and Momentive workers are actually coming in March for 3 days to speak with our DYF students. And just some examples we wanted to point out that we have been really beneficial for our kids. We're taking a field trip in April to Phipps Conservatory in Pittsburgh. I worked with a company called Nature Eye. If you can see the top right picture of the volcano, they got to fly a drone themselves and actually take that picture. So they got to take that picture. It's active. We were hoping obviously it would erupt while we were looking, but yeah, it's in Iceland as well. So we had to really work with our time just because it's already starting to get dark at that time over there. And while we did that, they also got to learn drone technology, and they also provided some learning materials to go along with that. Some classes are working on sign language. They've taught or been learning how to teach a lesson, food truck businesses, and creating their own, hand washing germ demonstrations, creating comic strips and newsletters, Mrs. Boso and I's class got to do a virtual toe removal surgery that was partnered with CAMC. A lot of the kids freaked out, but it was really cool to see. Coding has been taught, and also reading model x-rays as an x-ray tech. In the pictures in the middle are students with Mr. Warner. In the bottom right-hand corner is with Nurse Jan. Mrs. Boso did a project during her health science cluster of diagnosing treatment plans for certain breaks. And then the bottom left-hand corner was our winning group. Mrs. Boso and I combined our clusters and combined our groups to create a group project tying in all of our clusters that we taught. So each group was tasked with designing a blueprint, building a gingerbread house, marketing it, budgeting their money, and all of those things tied in together. So it's been really eye-opening just to see what the kids are not aware of that they can do outside of school. And then also our 8th graders also have a CTE rotation 7th period. They rotate between agriculture, radio, STEAM, and business.
Thank you, Mrs. Wright. Next, I just want to hit on our field trips. So this year, Mrs. Morris had a great idea over the summer about implementing some academic-based field trips. Prior to that, we did our big end-of-the-year field trips for each grade level that they can earn as an incentive, and including our whole school field trip that we just took for our 3rd year to the Wheeling Nailers School Day game, where it's at like a 10 a.m. puck drop, and the arena is packed with nothing but local students, K-12 students, and talk about loud. You can't even hear yourself thinking there. It's electric. But this year, our academic field trips, everybody gets to attend those. We don't apply our field trip policy. And you can see our 6th grade went to Blennerhassett Island, 7th grade went to the Moundsville Penitentiary, and the Museum of the Mound, and then our 8th grade went to the Wheeling University Challenger Center. And if you've never heard of that, it's incredible. I went to it when I was in middle school. I think Mrs. Strode went to it when she was in middle school. So I was excited to hear that it was still up and running. And they do a mock space mission. There's a mission control room and then the spacecraft room. And they go through the mission and then they'll flip in the middle so they can experience both ends of it. And it's just a blast and a great learning experience. So our field trip policy, now I've worked closely with the leadership team to develop this, and it's been really effective, holding kids accountable to our expectations of attendance, academics, and behavior. So for attendance, students they can't have 5 or more unexcused absences for the school year to be eligible for the incentive field trip. And so that includes parent notes, doctor's notes. So, we understand that there's going to be absences, but, we make it important that they bring in an excuse for it if they do have to miss. For academics, students can't be failing 2 or more core classes. We have a 10-day cutoff because of logistics and planning for a field trip. It's hard to, you can't have a final number the day before you go. So we had that little, the buffer time there so we can plan accordingly. And then for behavior, if a student would get ALOP or are in school suspension at any time during the school year, that's usually for a more major offense that disqualifies them for the field trip. And here's just some pictures I wanted to share from our field trips from this year. At the top left, you'll see the kids getting a tour of the Moundsville Penitentiary. Beside that, that's one of our students. He's on the Jumbotron of the Nailers game. I found that on the Nailers Facebook page. A professional photographer was there taking pictures. I thought that was an awesome picture. And then the rock climbing wall at the Highlands Complex, taking a buggy ride on Blennerhassett Island. The bottom left there is the spacecraft side of the Challenger Center. In the middle there is a group of students in Laurel Caverns. And then bottom right are a group of students at the museum at the Moundsville Mound. Okay, and then I have Mrs. Strode. She's our National Junior Honor Society leader, and also Kaylin Eastham. She's our NJHS president, and I thought this was a good time to also tie her into this presentation and read her, I call it never-ending resume of everything that she does. So I'll let Mrs. Strode and Kaylin talk about NJHS.
Okay, National Junior Honor Society is a stepping stone to the high school National Honor Society. We currently have 22 members, and you have to carry a 3.2 GPA through 6th and 7th grade in order to qualify. Application process is you have to have 5 hours of community service, you have to have 2 teacher recommendations, and the students do this all on their own. And they have to write an essay based off of the character pillars that are during our character counts. They pick one pillar, they complete an essay, which they know it has to be a good essay because I teach ELA and I'm the one that looks them over, so they better be, writing well. And then they are selected. There's a committee. We select 22 to 25 members. Like I said, we currently have 22. That top picture is last year's inductees. Here is our president, Ms. Kaylin Eastham. The bottom picture is last year's NJHS members who are currently freshmen, and that was their reward. They went to Morgantown Trampoline Park. We do community service projects monthly. We have done pet food drives for the Olive Branch. We are currently going to do a coin drive in March based off of St. Patrick's Day to benefit the March of Dimes, but I'm going to let Ms. Eastham talk about that. And I'm going to give it over to her.
So as Mrs. Strode introduced me, I'm Kaylin Eastham. I'm currently in 8th grade at TCMS. Tonight I'm just going to talk about some groups that I'm in and have been a part of the past years. So I am a member and president of the National Junior Honor Society. We do multiple things in the school. We host spirit weeks, dances, Halloween games, and we're also in the process of hosting a coin drive. I've been a student council member for the past 3 years. I was a member of TSA in 6th and 7th grade, and my first year I was a national qualifier in technical design. I got to compete in Louisville, Kentucky with a bunch of other students in my competition. This year I was the co-captain of the golf team with one of my friends, and I've been a part of it for like the past 3 years. I improved my total average by 15 strokes, and my first birdie was on a par 4 in Roane County. I plan to continue in high school. I've been in the top 15% of my class since 5th grade, and I hope that to be in it again this year. I've had many wonderful experiences while attending TCMS, like being on the Quiz Bowl team, and I now have the opportunity to go to the Youth and Government Seminar with 3 of my peers.
Okay, and we'll continue with Mrs. Strode. She's going to talk about our Quiz Bowl team, and last year they worked, her and Mrs. Boso put together, we hosted our own Quiz Bowl here at the school, and they did a wonderful job, and I always tell them we can continue this, but we have to continue to win it. So our kids and teachers are very competitive, and they do a wonderful job with this. So I'll let them talk about Quiz Bowl.
Okay. So 2 years ago, we got an invitation from Payton City that was sent to Mr. Winters about attending a quiz bowl, which, if you don't know, an academic quiz bowl is all categories, history, literature, pop culture, sports, and science, anything. So it was a month or so, I think it was a couple weeks, and he said, does anybody want to do it? And Tristan and I, being the total trivia nerds that we are, were like, yep, we're getting a team together. So we put it out there for Fun Friday. We had the kids take a test. We took the top 20 kids, and then we split them into an A and a B team. We went to Payton City, and I'm proud to say that we got first and second. Mm-hmm. TCMS was first and second. So, thank you. Proud of our kids. Thank you. So that got the ball rolling with Tristan and I, since we like to do a lot of things, and we like trivia. We decided to be competitive. Thank you. That's what I was going to say, but I'm glad you said. So we like to win at everything, and we thought, well, we're going to host a quiz bowl. So we put 7 invitations out last year. We had River, Long Drain, Payton City, Short Line, and us, and we held a quiz bowl here. Mrs. Byers was here to help. Mr. Hiley was here to help. Mrs. Miller, Mrs. Walton, Mrs. Feldmeyer. They all were reading, helping pushing kids around where we had them, timing. And it came down to TCMS Team A and River, and we won on the
Last question.
buzzer beater, I guess we'll say. Yes. So the kids really enjoy it. We alternate Fun Fridays. I do NJHS one Fun Friday, and then the next we do Quiz Bowl. We have buzzer systems. I mean, it is like full-on competition. We put them in the STEAM lab. They have to buzz. Just real life.
And the kids work really hard to stay on
They
the team.
work really hard. Kaylin just said, she's in our Quiz Bowl, she said, and we're winning it again this year because we're hosting one in March. And I think we have 9 schools that have volunteered and said that they were going to come. So it went from 7 to 9. So we're really proud of our kids. They work really, really hard. They take it very, very seriously. They're very competitive, but they're also very gracious. And that's all.
Thank you again, Mrs. Strode. I'm just going to hit on our community service here. Mrs. Tomala Payton is our community service coordinator, and she keeps track. Whenever a student completes any kind of community service, they have to document their hours and have somebody sign off on that. So just some statistics for this, currently this year, as of yesterday, our 6th graders currently have 121.5 hours, our 7th grade have 179.5 hours, and our 8th grade have 216 total hours. And then on the bottom there, that would be each grade level's total hours during their time in middle school. So obviously it's 1 year for 6th, 2 for 7th, and this is year 3 for 8th. So right now our 8th grade at 2.5 years has 473.5 hours, 7th grade has 201 hours, and 6th grade has 121.5 hours. So they really go above and beyond with community service, whether they're trying to get into NJHS or not. They all take a lot of pride in that and really rack those up. And lastly, I just want to say, I'm just so grateful for how well everybody here works as a team. You've heard all the great things that our teachers do, and the unbelievable hard work that goes into that. We also have some coaches up here with us, some parents, because we truly all work as a team, and that's what it takes, to give our students the absolute best that we can. So I've got a handful of people here that different stakeholders that have volunteered to speak, from parents and coaches and teachers. So we just got 4 that I just want to say a few things, and we'll start with one of our parents of an 8th grade student, Daniel Cooper.
Good evening. My name's Daniel Cooper, as Mr. Winter said. My daughter Emma, she's in the 8th grade and currently involved in several different activities. She's been in cross country since 6th grade, and this year she's going to youth and government, and she's really excited for that opportunity. She's already writing stuff down to ask lawmakers and stuff, and she's a member of the NJHS. She's also earned 5th chair for the saxophone and all-state band, which plays in Charleston at the first next month. And she was also chosen for Region 1 honor band, and she was first chair in it. But unfortunately, due to our wonderful winter weather, it was canceled. And all of this was under the leadership of Mr. Hiley, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Now we'll have a parent and a coach, Cody Hinthorn.
Good evening. I think I hit 4 of those categories up there, and formerly the first one. So appreciate your time here. So I'll be speaking. I put a little speech together, but after seeing that presentation, a lot of times I say I don't know what I want to be whenever I grow up. I don't think anybody in the school is going to have that problem. So many opportunities up there for those folks to learn different career paths, learn different ways to be a leader, learn different ways to treat people better, to treat themselves better. Just great presentation, great improvements. So start by speaking as a parent. So I have a student, 7th grader, here at the school. So again, thankful for all the opportunities she has. Gets to participate in the Change Maker program, which is a great addition here at the school. She's a volleyball team member, track team member, softball team member, basketball team member, so just about every sport under the sun. So again, I appreciate all those opportunities, but more so I appreciate the extra work that the teachers are putting in, seeing continuous improvement in her grades. Happy to say she continues to be an honor roll student, has consistently been able to be in the top 15% of her class. That's thanks to these folks in those programs. So speaking as kind of a school employee / coach, again, I appreciate all the opportunities that I'm given as a community member. So I'm not necessarily a school employee, operations manager down at Momentum, so I don't hit that outside agency piece. So I will be in here in a couple weeks to speak to each one of the students about what I do and about what we offer here in the county. But as a coach, it was nice being given the opportunity to come and teach what I know to each one of these students. So wife's also a track coach. We preach a couple things. We preach attitude, effort, and how you treat people. Those are the 3 things that you can control. And we make sure to instill that in each one of our players. So happy to say as a coach, we've been able to do that. We've also had success in that. So this year I was afforded the opportunity to be a volunteer assistant football coach for the LKC winning football team. Also, by happenstance, unfortunate circumstance, but worked out excellent, got a opportunity to help Coach Regal with the middle school basketball girls team, and also, again, LKC champion JV team. So it's worked out so far there, and hopefully each one of those girls and boys that we've had the opportunity to coach comes out with those 3 things that they can control. So again, I'll keep it short, but and then as far as the outside agencies, I see the effort that this school and Mr. Hiley and the rest of the board puts out to reach out to Momentum, so I can speak for that company, to reach out for help, to reach out for sponsorship, which we're able to help with, to reach out to attend events, to reach out to help teach each one of the students. And happy that I get the opportunity to, again, be in front of the student body and with this awesome organization to make sure to instill the qualities that we want in our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Cody. All right, now we'll have a parent and our cheer coach, Sarah Smith.
Good evening, guys. Pretty sure you all know who I am, if you don't. I'm Sarah Smith, and I am the parent of an 8th grade student, Sadie, and the cheerleading coach here at Tyler Consolidated Middle School. I have been involved in the LSIC for the past 3 years since Sadie first came into middle school. We meet yearly to regularly discuss the important school matters and explore educational experiences for students. This role has given me the opportunity to work alongside dedicated administration and staff, obviously, to improve student performance and their school progress. Mr. Winters went over a lot of what I was going to say. We focus on several key areas: attendance, proficiency in the state assessments, parent community engagement, student behavior, and school spirit. With attendance, Mr. Sturry went over that, that's incentives, academic growth, the nighttime, after-school tutoring. It just ensures that every student has an equal opportunity to excel. The community engagement, as a parent, I really appreciate that. We have many opportunities to stay involved in the child's education through the website, the 1 Point portal, which is where the grades are listed. And the newest one is the behavior support system or program. This program not only addresses behavioral concerns, but shares achievements to the parents. So not only am I not hearing bad things all the time, I'm hearing a good thing. Sadie had trustworthy today, or she did something good. It's not always bad, which is a good thing, not to focus on that. And student behavior and school spirit, we are committed to promoting positive behaviors and enhancing school pride through various initiatives. So as a cheer coach, I had the opportunity with my girls to organize a spirit week during the LKC championship football game that week. My girls came up with themed days. The student body took part in that. The excitement reached new heights. So we brought home the LKC championship victory over Doddridge County, which is always a great boost for school spirit. We organized pep rallies throughout the year. My girls led cheers, performed the fight song, engaged the student body with exciting games, and we tried to add in students that didn't always participate in things when we played those games. Another thing we did this year was really great was the game day. Was a big hit with everyone. The weather didn't cooperate for our plans to have a home game, but students and athletes both enjoyed going to New Martinsville School for basketball games throughout the day. So they got to miss school, but it was pretty exciting. This event provided a great opportunity for students who might not typically attend a game to experience the excitement and atmosphere of a game day. Hopefully this tradition will continue because they did have a blast, and hopefully you can come here next time. So in conclusion, TCMS students, as a parent, I think are given every opportunity to achieve success with the tools and support they receive daily here. And I am honored to be a part of that school that prioritizes growth, engagement, and our students' well-being. But with the uncertainty of the Tyler County Schools' future at this point, I sincerely pray that TCMS will continue on the right path under the very capable leadership of Mr. Winters, Mrs. Morris, and Mr. Hiley. Thank you.
Okay, and our last speaker will be Mr. Riggle. He's the girls basketball coach and first-year teacher at Tyler Consolidated Middle School.
Thank you. As Mr. Winters said, my name is David Riggle. I've spent 13 years as an educator, but it is my first year here in Tyler County. I'm currently teaching special education and world history, and as he said, I'm the basketball coach here at TCMS. Mr. Winters wanted me to talk about my perspective as a relatively new teacher here in the building, and it's been a fantastic 6 months, however long I've been here. What attracted me to Tyler County Schools, I've been a track coach at Payton City, and when you're a track coach, you're on the field and you're walking amongst athletes from different schools, and the high quality of kids that I saw out here, it made an impact on, I remembered that, and then also too, talking to employees of the school system. Everybody grumbles about their jobs sometimes fair, sometimes not, but I've never, and I mean this, I've never heard a negative word about Tyler County Schools the whole time that I would, talk to friends that worked out here. And then I would see the scores on the state testing, and I'm like, what are they doing out there? It's got to be good stuff. And so when I saw a posting, I messaged Mr. Winters. I knew him. I coached against him pretty unsuccessfully, but I coached against him. Sent him a message, and what shocked me is he called me at 3:30 on a Friday afternoon, and I'm thinking, oh, this guy's probably got something better to do than talk to me. But I was asking him questions about the job, and and some of the questions he said, that would be a question from Mrs. Feldmeyer. I'll get a hold of her, and she'll reach out to you. And I'm thinking, okay, next week sometime, hopefully I'll hear from her. She calls me at 5 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. And so what I thought, and I remember that, it was 5 o'clock, because immediately I thought, I haven't even filled out an application, and these people are already investing in me. So that had an impact. What I noticed my first day of training, here in the summer, I walk in, and usually I've seen people, and that were there to get a nice little stipend. That wasn't the case. Everyone was locked in, and they were learning, and everything was pertinent to. And I'm thinking, I can use that immediately. I can use that immediately. And everybody was zoned in. They were working hard, and it's just I could tell this was a passionate group of individuals, not just middle school teachers, but high school teachers as well, in every training I was in. And so anyways, I wanted to talk about two aspects that I have seen that I think what makes Tyler Consolidated Middle School very special. I think we have the best leadership. We have a county office staff and principals that not only challenge us, but inspire us to be better. When I walked in and got my ID badge, Mrs. Miller, and which I'd already spoken with Mrs. Walton, but both of them gave me their cell phone numbers, and they said, call me anytime you have any questions. And they meant that, and that meant a lot to me as an educator. Our administrators don't just check up on us, but instead check in on us. There's a big difference there. As a special education teacher, Mrs. Walton is constantly checking in on us and sending us helpful reminders of upcoming requirements. DCMS also has an amazing staff of motivated educators that embody Mr. Hiley's motto of taking care of kids. And Mr. Winters said there were 22 certified teachers, but those are 22 very, very highly qualified certified teachers, some of the best I've ever worked with. And I think this has had a direct impact on the students. Another one of the first things I noticed on my first day, these kids were happy to be here. Like, they were excited for the start of the school year, not just to see their friends, but they were excited to get to know me. They were they were respectful. They asked great questions, and it just really made me excited to be a teacher out here. And I should have wrote down everything I wanted to say. I thought I would do better off the top of my head, but I just want to say I'm truly grateful to be a part of this phenomenal first-class school, working with this amazing staff, serving these awesome students. As someone who is relatively new, take it from me, the school system is special. I believe with this current staff and administration, there's nothing stopping Tyler County Schools from being the #1 school system in West Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riggle. And I think I forgot to mention this, but every so often, principals or administrators get emails to nominate teachers or employees for different things. Some of them are pretty high achieving. Some of them are, sometimes you don't have no idea. And I got one from WVU, and one of their main focuses was service. And, from getting to know Mr. Riggle a lot more since he started working with us, he shared with me that this is his 20th. Will be your
24 years. Yeah.
Oh, so this will be his 24th year volunteering with the Special Olympics in Marshall County. So I thought that was a perfect opportunity to nominate him for whatever this award. I honestly didn't fully read it. Come to find out, about a month later, he is in my office thanking me, and I didn't really remember what it was even for. Well, in December, he got the opportunity to go speak at WVU's commencement and was presented with an honorary doctorate degree for his service. And the night before, he had dinner at President Gordon Gee's house, and it was him and Hoppy Kercheval from Metro News. So I think we all owe Mr. Riggle congratulations. Very well deserved. So, middle school, you guys can have a seat. So now this is going to kind of flow right into the high school's presentation, and I thought, what better bridge here than our band? Mr. Jennings does unbelievable work with our middle school, or now our 5th graders, our middle school kids, and high school. So I'll let Mr. Jennings highlight our band programs.
Thank you, Mr. Winters. So I guess I'm serving as the bridge person here this evening between both schools. Good evening, board members and Mr. Hiley. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Morse and Mr. Winters for inviting me to speak this evening on behalf of the band program here at Tyler Consolidated and highlight some of our successes this year. We began with the marching band. They had another fantastic season. Highlights of the marching band season included third runner-up grand champion at the PHS Big Red Band Invitational, the overall grand champion at the Ripley Viking Fest, and the first runner-up grand champion at the Philip Barber Horseshoe Classic. Tyler Consolidated High School has 3 students in the West Virginia All-State Band. They are Ava Garl, second chair bassoon, Will Worth, fourth chair bass clarinet, and Morgan Fisher, first chair bass clarinet. TCMS also has 3 students in the middle school all-state band, and this is actually only the second year that West Virginia has had a middle school all-state band. They are Emma Cooper, fifth chair alto saxophone, Michael Cooper, first chair trombone, and Kaylee Cottrell, 12th chair flute. We had 31 students participate in solo and ensemble on February 1st. That was the most in our region. We had 12 soloists and 1 ensemble receive a superior rating. The others received ratings of excellent. 4 of the soloists and 1 ensemble also received an honors nomination. They were Celine Holcomb on trumpet, Morgan Fisher on bass clarinet, Olivia Roberts on flute, and Anna Lee Leidick also on flute, and the high school brass choir. These students will be submitting recordings of their performances to be considered for the solo and ensemble recital at the State Music Conference in March. And actually, I'm going to rush out of here as soon as I'm finished because those recordings are due this evening. And today was the first day since February 1st that I had all of my brass choir here between flu and illness and snow. And Mr. Hiley was in here this afternoon, and we were getting ready to record in here, and I haven't got this sent off yet, so I'll be doing that here in a moment. The TCMS band had 8 students who made the Region 1 honor band for middle school through a rigorous video audition process. Unfortunately, the event, which would have been held at Wheeling Park High School on January 18th, was canceled due to inclement weather. These students were Ty Camerlin, second chair trumpet, Chloe Kinsey, fourth chair clarinet, Jennifer Hott, eighth chair clarinet, Emma Cooper, first chair alto sax, Kaylee Cottrell, second chair flute, Abby Jasanku, fifth chair alto saxophone, Michael Cooper, first chair trombone, and Connor Sutton, second chair trombone. In addition, TCHS had 4 students make the Region 1 honor band. Those students were Ava Garl, first chair bassoon, Morgan Fisher, first chair bass clarinet, Will Worth, third chair bass clarinet, and Rebecca Tenney, fifth chair clarinet. Furthermore, we had 5 band members who were accepted into the WVU Honor Band. That event was held this past weekend. It began Thursday and culminated with a concert in Morgantown Sunday afternoon. Those students were Luke Deaton, Ava Garl, Celine Holcomb, Will Worth, and Morgan Fisher. And last but certainly not least, in its 3rd year of existence, the TCMS Jazz Band finished as state runners-up in the West Virginia Middle School Jazz Finalist Competition. The winner was Suncrest Middle School in Morgantown, respectfully, who will perform at the state conference in a couple of weeks as a result of their achievement. The process worked like this. Recordings of 3 tunes were submitted on Friday, January 31st. The band was scored out of 100 points in a number of categories by 3 judges. And although 2 of the judges actually scored TCMS higher than the winner, the combined scores narrowly put Suncrest Middle School on top by 3 points. The TCMS Jazz Band received many compliments from all 3 judges on the excellence of their performance and are to be commended for this remarkable achievement. They will be performing next week at the Marshall University Winter Jazz Festival, that's next Thursday, and the State Jazz Festival in Morgantown on March 1st. Some of you may have had a chance to see the school Facebook post that had recordings of the middle school jazz band. If you've not listened to that, I encourage you to do so because those kids are quite remarkable. I'm very proud of them. The band program has many upcoming events, which to look forward to. That just kind of highlights things to the year at this point, not the least of which is the National Independence Day Parade in Washington, D.C. this July that the high school marching band will be participating in. As you can see, we offer as many opportunities for our instrumental musicians here at Tyler Consolidated as anyone around. Keeps me very busy, but I really enjoy it and greatly appreciate the kids and their efforts and getting to work with them every day. So on behalf of the Knights Band, I'd like to thank the Board of Education and Superintendent Hiley for your continued and long-lasting support of the Tyler Consolidated Band program. Thank you.
Okay, we will move on to the Tyler County High School LSIC.
Good evening, Superintendent Hiley, members of the Board of Education. I made a promise, well, I guess the promise is not going to be kept, but if my team of teachers, whether you're a staff member, member of the LSIC, a student of mine, if you'd like to join me, I invite you up here if you like the comfort of your seat. I absolutely understand. But we're going to start off with, I consider myself kind of the chief repeating officer of the mission statement of Tyler Consolidated High School. We have it on our announcements every morning. It's something that I often communicate to our kids of our ultimate goal that we have for them as they progress as a high school student and then reach that ultimate goal of graduation and endeavor on in their futures. But the mission of Tyler Consolidated High School is to make it possible for all students to become self-supporting, contributing, and caring citizens upon graduation. Mr. Weekly, technical difficulties. You have it at the end. When we started this school year, we started with 3 fixed focuses that I presented to our students. We also had similar ones with intentions for our staff. But the number one thing was we want our staff and our students to be proud of the work they do. In my opinion, they absolutely should be. We kind of sign off everything that we share with individuals with Knights Pride because we were trying to build that whole community sense of being proud of the things that our school accomplishes, that our staff accomplishes, and most importantly, that our students accomplish. We ask that we be intentional in the work that we do, that we see a goal and that we chase it and we work for it, and that we have plans for how that's going to propel us as an individual, whether that's our own growth as professional educators and school staff members, and how we can help that promote that growth amongst our students. And one big thing that I emphasize all the time to our students is for them to get involved. For a school our size, the number of opportunities that are available to our students, in my opinion, are truly unmatched. And I'm gonna share some data with you today on just how involved and how busy and how successful our students are here at Tyler Consolidated High School. I gave a packet to Mr. Hiley. I don't know if he's passed that down the table yet, but you'll see just kind of, I'm a very tangible person, but you'll see a lot of data that I've collected. And if there's data out there, I'll find it. And so we've got a lot to go over, but I'm going to keep things very brief for the sense of time. So I presented that packet, and that's also available to the public here at the table. If they'd like a copy, or if anybody listening on the live stream would like a copy, they just need to reach out to me. And you'll notice too that I included references for every point of data there too, so you could do some little background checking if you'd like on any of that information to learn more about what's taking place at Tyler Consolidated. Our strategic plan goals are focused on the 4 following things: our academic achievement values, post-secondary success, wellness, attendance, and student involvement, and our stakeholder collaboration, which we've built a really strong team here amongst our LSIC and our school staff members. Up here on the screen, you'll see each one of our members of our local school improvement council. Mrs. Wentz serves as our chair, as a parent and business representative. Mrs. Stallings, Mrs. Gowdy, Mrs. Yost, Mr. Zwick, they serve as representatives as faculty an at-large, Mrs. Kester, as well as a staff member and a service personnel representative, Mrs. Williamson. Dr. Amanda Nichols serves as a parent and a community partnership. Mrs. Crystal Rocchio serves as a parent and community partnership with Long Reach Federal Credit Union. Mr. Roger Young, he's a school bus driver as well, represented in our service personnel. Mrs. Joanne Westbrook, Mrs. Tracy Heinzman, as parent representatives, Mr. Eric Peters as a community representative, and then Miss Haley Sandy and Miss Mia Crawford, they serve as student body president and senior class president as part of this, our local school improvement council. And I know several members of my leadership team are here, additional staff members that work with me on a regular basis, and a couple of our senior class officers and members of our principals advisory council are here with me as well today. And those kind of groups make up a lot of the direction and decision making that we work collaboratively together at Tyler Consolidated High School. So students and staff here at Tyler Consolidated, currently we have 363 students, 64 staff members, 47 professional educators that have a total of 417 years of service and education. I think that's an incredible statistic, the amount of experience, and not just experience, but expert experience in the classroom, in our Student Success Center, in our support of students at Tyler Consolidated. We focus on primary things when we start our school year, and that is expectations and opportunities. I think that our students have clear and known expectations on how we expect them to operate within our school and out in the community member. You'll often hear me, or my students can attest to it, tell me you represent yourself, your school, and your community to a high standard as all times as a Silver Knight at Tyler Consolidated High School. We have a student honor code that each student completes at the beginning of the year, just emphasizing the importance and the values and the character that we want to build amongst our students and build that sense of accountability and that sense of discipline for them. On the right there, you'll see our opportunity menu. We give that out at the beginning of the school year during 9th grade orientation, senior class meetings. We get that in the hands of parents, students, all stakeholders of really, it's a one-page, very condensed, hard to get on one page, of the many opportunities that our students can get involved in here and can focus here. And it centers around college readiness, career readiness, and extracurricular involvement. But truthfully, our primary goal is for our students to be future ready. And that's what we want, and I think that's what we achieve here at Tyler Consolidated High School. And we'll have some supporting evidence to some of those successes. As I said, we want our students to carry themselves and represent themselves, their school, and their community to a high standard. Implementing character counts at the county level or county-wide has been a critical success to us in developing those skills and those characteristics in our students. One thing that we do, or I do every 9 weeks, is I recognize 2 students as the Carry the Shield recipients, so students that are going the extra mile, that truly represent themselves, their school, and their community to a high standard, that are involved. And so you see pictures up there of those students that have received that distinct honor, the Carry the Shield, that they really represent Tyler Consolidated High School. So some student success highlights, and there's a lot of this is included in here in addition, and I'll go over some specific things from the packet and things that are included up here at the top. Last school year, we had an 87% post-secondary achievement rate, which was the 6th highest achievement rate in the state of West Virginia for high schools. What post-secondary achievement rate is determined by is the number of students that pass an AP exam, the number of students that pass a dual credit college course, and the number of students that are a completer in a career and technical education program of study. So to just rephrase that, 87% of our student body either passed an AP test, passed a college course, or was a CTE completer in a career and technical education program. Incredible. It's a testament to our teachers, our counselors, our support team at the county office, and be able to achieve that rate of success amongst our students here in a rural county, and that I can confidently say with that rate that they are prepared for what comes next. 99 out of 100 indicator on our career and technical education score. a 99 out of 100. That is the highest score in the state of West Virginia for all high schools. It's tied with Wayne County and Nicholas County, but we stand alone at the top with them with a 99 out of 100. And that is a huge testament to Mrs. Kimball and the work that she does, our career and technical education teachers and the work that they do, getting kids involved in programs that are promoting their success now and for their future. And we know that here at Tyler Consolidated High School, not every kid is going to college. So we give them prepared for the many things that they can encounter as a graduate once they leave our school. We continue to exceed all state averages in all accountability indicators, whether that's graduation rate, state assessment values, attendance rate, discipline, things like that. So we continue. We've had that, and I'm going to share some data over the last 3 years and over the last decade here as we proceed through the presentation. Our current daily attendance rate is 93% at the high school. It was 94.3 about a week and a half ago, and then the flu hit, so we did take a little bit of a hit. The packet, I believe, still says 94%, as I forgot to update that, but we're hopeful that we'll see that percentage increase once we get through some sickness. And then we had 1,480 documented community service hours last year across our grades 9 through 12. Mr. Whitmer is our community service advisor. He's presented that number to me this morning. He's been out sick, but I thank you for him to get access to that. But nearly 1,500 community service hours in the school year of 23-24. I know the chart's a little difficult to read, but you can see that's the first chart there is our graduation trend over the last 10 school years. As you can see, we consistently and always have exceeded 90% in our graduation rate, higher than the state average year after year after year. Our CT accountability score there, you can see that participants in grades 6 through 8, we had 64 students that were considered participants. We had 278 students in our high school that are considered career and technical education participants. 147 of those are concentrators, and last year we completed with 49 completers in a career and technical education program, whether those were students that came from our ag program, business program, baking and pastry, radio and broadcasting, business program, sports medicine. You know, we offer a wide variety of career and technical exploration opportunities, and with our partnerships at the Mid-Ohio Valley Technical Institute and our growing partnership with the Wetzel County Technical Education Center. So we are expanding this reach for students in a variety of ways and a variety of programs. Students have the opportunity within their career and technical education programs to get work-based learning opportunities. And I want to share just a few statistics that's not on the PowerPoint, but each year our students take the NOCTI exam, which is the National Occupancy Testing Institute. So it basically assesses, are they workforce ready? And over the last 3 years, in 2022, 54% of the students that took the NOCTI exam were considered workforce ready. In 2023, 73% were considered workforce ready. And last school year, 88% of those students that took the NOCTI exam were considered workforce ready. So we're very proud of that growth. And that, again, is a big testament to the continued focus by Mrs. Kimball, our CTE teachers, and our school counselors in getting students in the right pathways and the right opportunities to be successful. So we are, I use the term, I've used it ever since I've been coaching, climbing the ladder, and I'm going to share a little bit of some information just over the past 3 years as we are bouncing back from a global pandemic that we know has been greatly impactful to our students and our staff and our school community. And over the past 3 years, we have achieved the second highest graduation rate since 2014. We have had the second highest ELA achievement value since 2014, and we've achieved the highest math achievement value since 2014. And the second highest science achievement value since 2017, when that became an indicator on the adoption of the SAT school day as the state assessment for high schools in West Virginia. So I actually went back and tried to find full comprehensive data since the opening of the school. And a friend of mine that works for the State Department, I'm just going to kind of summarize what they told me. He said, Prior to 2004, 2005, they did not have a standardized statewide unique identifier for students until 2004, 2005. Since then, we have gone through a variety of trends in testing: West Test 2, Smarter Balance, and West Virginia General Summative Assessment. And since 2017, we've been taking the SAT to determine our achievement value and our accountability scores for a high school in West Virginia. The thing with the SAT is that is a college admissions exam. And as I said, not every student, and we know that, is going to college once they graduate high school. And I think that's why it's so important for us to balance that with our NOCTI achievement, which unfortunately is not a state accountability indicator, but we know that that's such an important indicator for our students and their success here at Tyler Consolidated High School. And two, it's extremely difficult to compare data that have gone through different policy errors. No Child Left Behind, the Elementary and Secondary Schools Act. Things have changed a lot since this school was opened and built. So it's really basically what they told me, it's impossible to compare now to the past. So as we see here, we have some additional data. Our attendance rate, as you can see again, always exceeds 90% over the last 10 years, remains higher than the state average. These boxes here represent our performance on the SAT during SAT school day. And you can see in those comparisons in our school compared to the state average in the total, in the reading and writing, and in math, we exceed all state averages on the SAT. There was some information shared at the previous meeting that said that only 20% of students are included in that scoring, and I'm going to be very matter of fact, that is simply incorrect. As you can see, the number of test takers is 102. Every junior enrolled at Tyler Consolidated High School takes the SAT, and every student's score counts in terms of accountability and indicators of our success. So I wanted to correct that statement as it was incorrect. Another mention was, when was the last time we won some awards? We've got a lot, okay? As we were stated, presented, we were the 8th highest achieving school in the state of West Virginia. We were also number 3,014 in the entire nation, which earned us national recognition from U.S. News and World Report. There are about 24,000 public high schools in the country, and we're number 3,014. That puts us in the top 12% of all high schools in the United States. I don't know how anybody couldn't be proud of that. I just don't know. We have been back-to-back champions of college access and success, 3 years in a row. Of those 3 years, we were one of 38 schools, one of 45 schools, and one of 40 schools of 117 public high schools in the state of West Virginia that achieved that honor. We were ranked number 6 in niche of 2025 best public high schools in the state of West Virginia. We are a second-class Purple Star Award winner for our support for military-connected families, and that's a high distinction, and I think that we should take great honor in. And then we were awarded the Safe Sports School Award from the National Athletic Trainers Association, and I believe that we are the only school in the state of West Virginia with that honor. None of this includes our numerous extracurricular accomplishments. And if you want to be here till tomorrow, I'd be happy to read them all, okay? Because I think Mr. Jennings summed up just the band program alone, and the success in all our extracurricular programs, FFA, our sports teams, our fine arts students in a variety of different ways, the individual awards and collective awards that they have won is truly endless. I mean, our archery team is collecting hardware left and right. Kids are involved, kids are active, and kids are being successful in no matter what program that they are aligned with. In terms of that, this is just an overview from U.S. News and World Report of those rankings, the national and state rankings. I can assume that that 20% comes from that line there where it says the AP participation rate at Tyler Consolidated High School was 20%. That means 20% of our student body are taking advanced placement courses. That doesn't mean that that was the 20% tested. Those 20% do take an AP test, which is separate from our accountability scores. And I want to say 27 test takers last year that took an AP exam scored 3 or higher, which means that they have earned college credit and that they have represented, that they have mastered that content that's within that AP. We know that mathematics is a great struggle in the state of West Virginia right now. If there's one indicator that took a great hit during the pandemic, it was mathematics. But last year, over 50% of the students taking an AP course in mathematics at Tyler Consolidated High School received a 3 or higher. And I just got special thanks to Mr. Dave Tucker. I know he got some recognition last meeting, and it was well-deserved because he is accomplishing great things with our AP level students in their math classes. To get that total scorecard, each one of those categories are weighted at a percentage that determines your final outcome. One of those, the proficiency levels includes, there's an indicator within that that includes your most at-risk students. And we performed high on that accountability with our most at-risk students too. So we are meeting not just the top, not just in the middle, all across the board on our students and their achievement and maximizing their potential and their success within their academics. We have several student supports available at Tyler Consolidated High School, and I'm going to outline a few of those. Khan Academy we use to benchmark our SAT proficiency, and every Monday we do Khan Academy to prepare and practice for the SAT in grades 9, 10, and 11. As they move forward, we take the PSAT for every student, grades 9, 10, and 11, which is the practice, and we see great growth each year from the fall practice test to the spring test for our juniors in accountability. Based off our proficiency levels right now, we're already exceeded our results from last year's SAT. So if the data remains true, we will outperform our results last year and have a very strong year again in our math and evidence-based reading and writing assessment values. We use flex time as part of our advisory activities. This gets kids connected to the people, the adults that they are connected with. They're allowed to sign up for different activities, clubs, things that are just fun and a break from the day with the people that they want to be with the peers that they want to be with, to get some of that extra work and that stuff that keeps them interested, engaged, and involved here at the school. IntelliSpark is a new program that we've had just a little about over a year, and I'm going to share some information near the end about the impact that IntelliSpark has had at our school, as well as character counts. And then most importantly, the work that takes place in the Student Success Center and the staff down there is unmeasurable. All right, what they do each and every day to support every student in our school, it just can't be measured. You can't put an indicator on that because it's endless support above and beyond of what they do to the benefit of our students here at Tyler Consolidated. IntelliSpark is a way that we get some information on an academic resiliency or an academic risk factor. There's a variety of things that work within the program, and I'd like to come back later, if Mr. Hiley will allow me, and just do a separate presentation on IntelliSpark because there's so much to it that I think would be beneficial for everybody to see and know. But one thing that we're able to do is we're able to share positive messages with our students and now their parents through IntelliSpark. And as of to date, we have over 500 positive messages that have been shared with our students this school year that aligns with our pillars from character counts. So we know that we're reaching out to students, we're connecting with them, we're sending them words of encouragement, we're sending them positive feedback on a regular basis to keep them engaged, keep them motivated, keep their confidence high, and keeping them involved in school. As of to date, we've initiated over hundreds of intentional supports that have been provided to students. We have completed over 240 student surveys through IntelliSpark that will give us indicators on how they value the importance of education, their level of confidence, how well they're connected to their peers and a school staff member, where they gauge their current stress level, where they gauge their current well-being, and what they gauge their current motivation at, and it gives us an overall academic risk indicator to say how can we best support these students based off of these needs that they are reflecting in on themselves and sharing with us. We've had over 500 collaborative notes for student success that have taken place in the program, and we've identified countless risk factors that we've been able to intervene and support students. And the most important thing that IntelliSpark offers is that it ensures that a student story is never lost. It keeps a collective information, collaboration, supports that have been implemented for that kid to ensure no matter who the staff member is, no matter their key connection is, that we always have access to know that their story is being, recounted and not lost. So as far as some initiatives that we've started across the board with our staff, it's one thing that we often say is that we want a culture of continuous improvement. Education complacency is often the deterrent, and it leads to decline. So throughout the last 2 summers, we've led summer book studies. The books at the top are included. Our first one was Culturize, and it's by an author by the name of Jimmy Casas. And then last summer we did Recalibrate the Culture, and you can see kind of the key principles that Jimmy focuses on for educators in his book is be a champion for students, expect excellence, carry the banner, and merchant of hope. And you probably can figure out where I got carry the shield from. There's kind of remixed that a little bit to recognize our students. And I am very confident that the staff at Tyler Consolidated High School is meeting or exceeding each one of those core principles that we instill in our day-to-day operation. And you can see at the bottom there, and I think that we do live by that motto, every student, every day, whatever it takes. And then we've had leadership opportunities extend throughout our staff, working with different instructional coaches, different professional development opportunities. And going into this school year, we had over 1,300 professional development hours for our staff. As a huge thank you to Mr. Hiley, Mrs. Miller, who organized such great opportunities for our staff members to sharpen the axe, be on top of the growing trends and the best development to support ourselves, to best support our students. Community outreach has been a focus of ours as well as over the years, because we know when everything shut down during the pandemic, everything shut down, and it's been a road back to try to get communication as fluent and involvement as high, but we're getting there and we're moving forward. All LSIC meetings are open to the public. My LSIC team has joined me here this evening. They are great additions and great assets to the school's success. 2 years ago when I was building the LSIC, just kind of revamping and getting up, I made several personal phone calls to people to try to get them involved in the school, people with opinions, people that wanted to get involved. I'm thankful for those that wanted to and are here and have joined us on this journey, have remained with us throughout the last 2 or 3 years as that as well, whether their student is still here, graduated, but they have a vested interest in the success of Tyler Consolidated High School. We started a parent-teacher organization this summer, which was really beneficial to get communication boost as well. And then we have community service and community initiatives that I'm going to highlight a little bit here on the next slide. And then our social media presence we collect data that way. We have had 1.1 million views on the high school's Facebook page. It's reached over 106,000 people. We've had 32,000 content interactions since August 1st of 2024. I mentioned the surveys from IntelliSpark, and we get student response data from that. And the survey's called Scholar-Centric, and it's a research-based survey that provides a lot of those indicators and feedback based off those categories I mentioned. And what we learned through IntelliSpark over the last year is that 2 categories where our students need the most support is confidence, and I think that is evident in every interaction I have with a high school student, and motivation as well. Now, I say that's our second lowest. Confidence is considerably higher, and so we know that those things kind of go hand in hand. So we're being really intentional on how we support that. But their responses from students, and I want to share just some of those key questions that I think are really important that we focus on here at Tyler Consolidated. Is 97% of students say it's important that they do well in school. And I think that's great that there's an investment in their education. 99% of students say it's important that they learn to be successful in high school. 95% of the students of those 240 surveys that were completed say that their teachers care about their students. And I think that's very important. 97% of students say their teachers respect them. 97% of students say their teachers are interested in their success. 98% of students say they have friends at school. 92% of students say that there's a teacher in this building that they can talk to about a personal problem. All right. I'm surrounded by an incredible team. All right. The success of this building is from the collective efforts from Mr. Hiley to his team at the county office, to the building administrators across the county, to every school staff member that steps foot and does this challenging job each and every day. But it's all worth it. Every day of it is worth it. There's a reward in every moment. And as I mentioned, our current extracurricular involvement rate is 93%. We have kids that are attached to this place, that live and breathe and eat Tyler Consolidated High School. All right, they are consumed by some of these opportunities, so much so that I think it may add a little bit of extra stress to them because they are so involved in that stuff. That rate of extracurricular involvement has increased over the last 3 years, 89%, 91%, and now 93%. And my goal every year is 100%. Right? And we've expanded opportunities here, whether that's through archery, esports, a fishing club, astronomy, all these unique things that I didn't have in school, and I'm going to be willing to bet that many other people didn't have in school. Our students have them. Right? And I think that's truly incredible. And I look at that statistic and I compare it to our attendance rate, 93%, 93%. I do not think that's coincident. All right? Kids come to school because they have something coming to school in addition to their education. School is tough if all it is school from 8:05 to 3:25. But we have a great support system, a great team, great individuals that lead clubs, that lead extracurriculars, that lead organizations that invite every kid to the table. So in this collage here, it's just some of the people that support us on a regular basis. A lot of these pictures are from people that attended and participated in our school wellness walk, and then some of the other pictures include just a few of the 32 people that participated in our career fair. You know, we had an immense amount of opportunities. We had a NASA flight pilot on a Zoom call to talk to students about his experience. I mean, my wife went to school with him, so it's good to know people, you know. So, and he spent a good half of his day, you know, spending time with our students, talking about his experiences, which I'm sure are once in a lifetime, you know. You know, that doesn't include our other community partnerships, change makers, other organizations that come here, you know, Family Resource Network. I mean, everybody, there's a huge number of people that come to the table that support the students at Tyler Consolidated outside of the walls in the community. And if you run into them and ask them, what do you think about those students at Tyler Consolidated High School, they'll have nothing but great things to say. The testimonials that we receive when we bring in guests to this building is nothing short of complimentary of how the students behave, how respectful they are, how they interact with each other. It's nothing but good. And to me, there is no greater compliment as a school principal than when a stranger comes into your building and has nothing but great things to say. And like I said, that is a huge testament to the work that takes place by the team behind me and those that are at home. I mean, it's incredible what they do and what they accomplish. And so just kind of our why. It's just a quick slideshow here. There's music, I think. It's okay. I think when you look at those pictures, there's a few things that really stick out to me, and one is just the amount of kids that are smiling, amount of kids that are involved, amount of kids that are together, and I don't know how anybody couldn't be proud of what our kids, our school, our staff accomplish on a year-to-year basis. Are we satisfied? No, right? We're never satisfied. But am I proud? Absolutely, right? How couldn't I be? I am thankful to be joined by a few of the senior class officers that work with me on a regular basis. Between them and my advisory council, which I followed in Mr. Hiley's footstep in building a principal's advisory council when I got hired in this position. But just of those 7 senior class officers, here's just a few of the things that they're involved in. Theater, Broadcasting, Student Council, Silver Knights Nations, Principals Advisory Council, Captain of the Cheer, Soccer, and Track Team, FBLA members and President, early college students, volleyball players, NHS members and presidents, class officers, yearbook club members, coachmen's club members, FFA members, band members and concert jazz and marching band, basketball players, archery team members, all-state choir, poetry out loud, Arts Alive members, Changemaker members, Science Olympiad, Math Field Day, astronomy club members, track team members, senior art committee, National Arts Honor Society, high ranks in academics, 4-H member, Girl Scouts, and chess club. That's 7 kids. And those individuals are elected in their positions by their peers. So they are a representation of their school, and we are very proud of them. I would like to offer, if there is any questions about any information that was presented to you tonight or any of that data that I did not cover, because it's 2 pages worth. But I think that, like I said, we focus strictly around this every day, and the mission will always be the mission to make it possible for all students to become self-supporting, contributing, and caring citizens. And I feel good about the direction that we're going in. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Okay, we are now finished with our presentations, and we will move on to delegations. Okay, if I stand up, it's because I have to. The first person listed on my list of delegations is Evan Crawford, and he is representing himself and TCHS, and the topic is support of resignation.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Evan Crawford, the senior class vice president and student council president, here once again to represent myself, the student body of TCHS, and the staff of TCHS and TCMS. To get straight into it, I'm not here to ask the 3 of you to change the way you make decisions in the future, because I don't think you will. I'm speaking here because I represent people who I know aren't able to speak, which is something I feel we can all empathize with, even those on the side of the board. And I'm willing to do what it takes to make their voices heard. At the last board meeting, everything was laid out. It showed beyond question how people are afraid, doubtful, and overall negative about your leadership. You give infinite monkeys infinite typewriters and let them type until the end of time, and they would eventually write the entirety of Shakespeare's works. But they couldn't write something that would fully represent the anger that has come from the choices made by the 3 of you. And to be brutally honest, I don't think you care. Your body language at the last meeting was bored, apathetic, and it almost seemed as if every single word coming toward you was going in one ear and out the other. Normally, I would never give a speech this blunt, since I'm usually an optimistic leader, but I wouldn't be representing anybody accurately otherwise. My heart goes out to the students who will come after me and attend this school without proper leadership to guide the students and staff. A superintendent like Mr. Hiley is so hard to come by. He isn't just a person who's a good superintendent, he's a good person who's also a superintendent. And I'm genuinely astonished that you're willing to throw that away, especially since you won't explain yourselves. How can you possibly justify yourselves when I've heard so many students, parents, and even staff say that they're sad and even afraid? I can't stress enough how difficult it is to represent the people of Tyler County while not losing my composure. The fact that you're so quick to dismiss them tells me and so many others that you don't care one bit about the people you represent. As stated last time, we have so many good facilities at TCHS. I already talked about our state-of-the-art broadcasting facility, but didn't go fully in depth on how it helped me find my talent. Without that facility, I'd have no clue what I want to do in the future. I have Mr. Hiley to once again thank for that. You could speak about statistics all day, but you can't put the care that goes into a good school government on a stat chart. I'm just one person. Think of all the other people who have had their futures defined by an opportunity here. The kind of things Mr. Hiley has done are the kind of things you'd hear out of a storybook. He's done things that weren't even part of his job. So many of the stories spoken about him were genuinely out of the kindness of his heart. Sure, you might get a paycheck for adding facilities to a school or for representing your staff on a daily basis, but you don't get a paycheck for helping a staff member with their car. You don't get a paycheck for guiding a damaged student in the right direction. And you don't get a paycheck for helping somebody with cancer get the help they need. I can't stress enough how blatant and obvious it is that you straight up don't care. That's been shown through your words, body language, and a lack of a response. Even the people on your side acknowledge that you know things we don't, and meet up privately to discuss things we should be aware of, as if it's a good thing. Especially in small local governments such as this one, it's so integral that we know everything that's going on, especially the parents who are entrusting you with their children. They're on flesh and blood. The situation wouldn't even be that bad if you three just explain yourselves. I would like to thank Mr. Hiley and Mrs. Byers and Mr. Strode for staying strong in this situation and say that they're the only board members that we, as a student body, want to receive our diplomas from. I and many others feel that they're the only board members who have our best interests at heart. Thank you so much for your time, and please have a good night.
Okay, our next delegation speaker is Mia Crawford, and she is speaking for representing the TCHS students, and she is speaking on the topic of support of resignation.
Good evening. My name is Mia Crawford, and I am a senior, and I am the senior class president. The recent decision made by a slim majority of the board is one that is disappointing to me as a person who wants to see Tyler County schools thrive. In my opinion, Tyler County schools as they stand, they do thrive. Parents, administrators, teachers, students, community members all contribute to the success of our school because the success of a school system is a collaborative effort. Our test scores, awards, opportunities, they all reflect the success that we are seeing. Students of Tyler Consolidated High School are seeing success not only because of the work that they have put in, but also because of the work that has been put in by those that have taught them and those that work for the school. Not everybody sitting on this board tonight values the work that has been poured into the education of myself and my fellow students. This is evident by the decisions that have been made. I come here tonight asking that Mr. Shreves, Mr. Thomas, and Ms. Stender resign. Chairs on the Board of Education should be reserved for people who are willing to work for the children of the county. They should not be reserved for agendas. The name of your position alone indicates what you are sitting here to do tonight. I ask as a student that you commit to your position or let it go entirely. What is the point of looking success in the eyes and turning your head because it was not brought forth by the person you want it to be brought forth by? Success tastes the same regardless of who dishes it. I fear for the students who might have to attend a school system victim to a dramatic change that was not necessary. I fear for the students whose education will be trivialized because of the circumstances not only out of their control, but also unrelated to their school or entirely unavoidable. Please do not punish us, the students of Tyler Consolidated, by ridding us of a leader who has put forth countless hours and efforts towards us. Please do not rid us of somebody who, in the past years, has continued to hire quality educators, has continued to work towards bettering our buildings, and has continued to dedicate his career to solidifying our future. I am graduating on May 22nd, 2025 under Mr. Hiley as a superintendent, and I cannot begin to convey how relieved I am that I get to say that. It is heartbreaking to me that you wish to take that away from the students who graduate after me. To reiterate my point, I'm here because of Mr. Hiley. I cross county lines every morning to be here because of the opportunities and the quality of education that I am guaranteed as a student at Tyler Consolidated High School. Please do not take that away from the student body. If you do not want us to see, if you do not want to see us succeed, resign. I can promise you that once re-election rolls around, the voting eligible community of Tyler County will exercise our rights to ensure that greatness will remain at Tyler Consolidated. Thank you.
Okay, next to speak is Kay Duff, and she is representing herself, and she is speaking on the topic of support of resignation.
Good evening. My name is Kay Duff, and like most in the community, I have questioned the board's decision to remove Mr. Hiley. I have looked for answers. We have pleaded with you to please give us an answer, and your answer has been to remain silent. We have been asked to trust you, but know that trust is earned, not given. The best predictor of future behavior is relevant past behavior. Your past behavior has been unacceptable and disheartening. Your own words for our children, a voice for you, I'll be transparent, I promise, were not true. None of the three of you have honored your words, but yet we as a community have been ridiculed for questioning your motives and not trusting you. You got voted into this position, and with your positions became a degree of power. And here's what happens when some people get in a position of power. People of power now have access to resources and privileges that ordinary people do not have. This new power can alter one's self-perception and lower empathy. Now, power doesn't inherently lead to corruption. The key difference lies in motivation. So we ask, what is the motivation of removing a man who has competently and effectively done his job in a dignified manner? So then I looked at silence. If you feel so strongly to remove someone who has been in an authority position for 6 years, why be silent about it? When you're serving in an elected position representing all of us who put you there, remaining silent can have very negative consequences. We were emotionally caught off guard by your actions. We expected more from you. The pain and disappointment that arose from your silence, I believe, showed a lack of support and respect to us. We feel ignored and unimportant, and you showed a lack of encouragement to do the right thing. I believe that you created a buffer zone with your silence to protect whatever secrets you have. Staying silent has done much more harm than good. It's not about being confrontational. It's about being authentic and transparent. These are some of the times I believe when it is not good to be silent. One is when you witness an injustice. When you remain silent, you contribute to the problem, also known as the bystander effect. By speaking up to stand for what is right, you break the cycle of indifference that allows the injustice to persist. By speaking up against injustice, we are not creating drama or conflict. We are standing for fairness and equality, and our voice matters. Another time not to be silent is during moments of self-doubt. When you foster doubt and fear, they grow and lead to greater stress and insecurity. And by speaking up, we are inviting conversation and support. By speaking up, we vocalize fears, and that helps challenge people's fears. Another time is when you're experiencing emotional distress. Sharing emotions can provide relief and build connections and open a path to solutions, which is also known as emotional disclosure. Another time when not to stay silent is when loved ones are struggling. Students, staff, parents, community, and the Hiley family are all struggling. You can see the strain in our eyes and the weight on our shoulders, but you remain visibly unaffected. Other than a few stares I have received, you watch 30-plus people walk up here and speak to you. And honestly, you sat there with blank stares. No emotion, no empathy, no remorse. You listened to students plead with you. I don't know how you sat and listened to Logan Kerr and her story and remained visibly unaffected. I will never understand that. You had the opportunity to open up conversation and provide a level of comfort, and reassurance to show us that you at least cared, and we received nothing. Another time not to remain silent when there's a misunderstanding. Miscommunication leads to unnecessary tension and conflict. It leads to lingering confusion and resentment. You had the power to clear up any misunderstandings, and you chose not to. Another one is when you're asked for feedback, and you should expect feedback from those you are accountable to, which is us. Feedback gives room for improvement, and it gives an opportunity for growth and improvement. Another one is when you're not being treated fairly. If we're not speaking out, our silence would have been taken as acceptance, and unfair treatment would then escalate. We are asserting our worth and demanding respect that, frankly, you owe us. And in another case, when not to be silent, when your gut, or in my case, when God tells you to speak up. Intuition is powerful and can bring about positive change. Our voice matters, and we deserve to be heard. Some negative effects of silence that has caused and occurred in our county is avoidance, belittlement, detachment, powerlessness, and withdrawal. Some of these actions I would consider as possibly suspicious. And when that happens, behavior and actions and words designed to deceive, manipulate, or gain unfair advantage of others, almost like pulling the wool over someone's eyes while trying to maintain an innocence. And characteristics of that are lying and dishonesty, manipulation, gaslighting, withholding information, passive-aggressive actions, and covert aggression. This is a true form of the art of deception. It's like pouring acid on the foundation of trust. And I believe your behavior has shown that. And I believe your behavior needs to be called out. Secrets seep into foundations of relationships and erode trust and break connections. Broken trust brings raw emotion, and it creates an environment of mistrust. We as a community feel less valuable and worthy. Consequences of broken trust are feelings of betrayal, anger, hurt, insecurities, persistent doubt, lack of commitment, emotional distance, suspicion and questionable motives, damaged relationship foundations, and difficulty communicating open and honestly, which leads to even more conflict. I believe you 3 board members have fostered the consequences of the broken trust. You should have not have expected anything any different from us. For the sake of argument, even if you believe that we could not know the real reason why you removed him, I believe it is your responsibility and our right to receive some kind of statement that you at least acknowledged and heard us. And you should have given him an opportunity to improve. The silence has caused a lot of discord among the community. Just know that trust is earned, inner peace is self-reflection, respect is reference of one's character, and trustworthy relationships involve sincerity, loyalty, and a nurturing connection. Your character is earned through consistent actions, honesty, and reliability. Building trust involves a genuine connection and a mutual understanding. What we can do from here, we can rebuild trust. It requires a conscious effort of open communication and a consistent positive action on your part because you broke the trust. Acknowledge the hurt and pain that you have caused. Take responsibility for your actions. To build trust back, you must foster a culture of honesty and accountability. If you do not believe that you owe us accountability and respect, then do the right thing, and I ask you to resign. Just resign. True leadership is to serve the people you lead by putting them before yourself. Do what you promised that you were going to do when you needed our votes. Know that we as a community are watching, and actions speak louder than words. Thank you.
Okay, next on the delegation list is Julie Kozad, and she is representing herself, and she is speaking on the topic of support of resignation.
Good evening, Mr. Hiley, members of the Board of Education, fellow educators, parents, students, and community members. My name is Julie Kozad, and I'm a special education teacher at Sistersville Elementary School. I've been employed with Tyler County Schools for 9 years. Just like Mia and Evan said, I cross county lines to work here. I live less than 5 minutes away from one of Wetzel County schools, but still I choose to work here, and I choose to bring my son to school here because I have a belief that our school system is the greatest in the state. I stand before you tonight as a concerned employee and a concerned parent. I also stand here as a voice for countless students, teachers, staff, and families who are witnessing the troubling decline of our climate in the county. The very foundation of our educational system, one that should foster learning, growth, and a sense of security, has been shaken. The heart of our schools, our educators, and staff are struggling under the weight of a system that we feel like is failing us. Let us be clear, the low morale of our community and of our staff is not just a mere inconvenience, it's a crisis that we have on our hands now as a community. Tyler County Schools staff members and community members feel unsupported and unheard by those in leadership roles, namely the majority of the Board of Education. Why is this happening? The answer is simple. Lack of leadership, lack of support, and a lack of commitment to listening to those who truly make the system function. Our schools thrive when there is a mutual respect between educators and decision makers. Yet the voices of the people, the teachers, the staff, parents, students, and community members are being ignored. Our calls for action and answers have been met with silence, or worse, made us feel dismissed and unimportant. This is unacceptable. We entrusted you, the Board of Education, to represent the best interest of our students, our schools, and our community. Some of you have made decisions in the best interest of our students, and some of you have not. Our trust in those of you who have not made decisions in the best interest of our students has been broken. As Board of Education members, it is your duty to listen to the concerns of the community, to create solutions that address the real issues, and to ensure that the policies you enact foster a positive and effective learning environment. However, some of you consistently fail to honor the voices of your constituents. You are failing in the oath that you took. You are failing in your duty to serve. What you have excelled in is teaching us that our voices as a community don't matter, teaching us that we do not deserve an answer and we do not deserve any acknowledgement, teaching us that even though our performance is at an acceptable level or above the acceptable level, that does not matter either. Teaching us that you do not have our county's best interest at heart. Therefore, I am calling on Mr. Thomas, Mr. Shreves, and Mrs. Stender, who have turned a blind eye to the needs of our students, our educators, and our community, to do the honorable thing: step down. If you are unwilling or unable to lead with integrity, with the true interest of this district at heart, then it is time for new leadership. We need individuals who are committed to our county's best interest, who listen, and who take the action that reflects the will of the people. The future of our students depends on the decisions made in this room. We cannot afford continued inaction. We demand accountability. We demand respect. We demand better for our schools, our staff, and most importantly, our children. The time for change is now. Thank you.
Okay, next on the list is Kelly Myers, and she is representing TCEA, and she is speaking on the topic of support of resignation.
Prior to this meeting, I put together a very bold speech. I'm pretty much over the top. I know I am. Because what's going on right now is incredibly serious. After this meeting I'm very fortunate that I had counsel here, and we took my speech and we sent it to other counsel in Charleston. After going into the hallway and talking to the legal counsel, it was recommended that I hold back on what I was about to say. Sometimes you need to hold your hand and just wait. The right time will come. So this is my cut and pasted version, and I mean it's cut. This whole page is gone, but that's okay. I got to do what's right, and I have to listen to legal counsel so things happen the way they need to happen. As you know, I am the president of the Tyler County Education Association. Thanks to your actions, I now represent 50% of the employees in our school system. When all this started, our members voted to support our superintendent. We still support him, but now concerns are shifting. We have employees that are afraid of your actions, and quite frankly, they've become petrified. You've lowered morale. We have concerns for our jobs, our students, and this county. We are afraid that you will destroy our board office, leaving us a shell of a school system. At such a crucial time of growth, you chose to remove our strong foundation. You chose to do this without the support of this community. You went out on your own for your own personal reasons, and you did, and you know you did. As president, I must protect the members. As a teacher, I must protect my students. We had no choice but to seek legal counsel. And this is where legal counsel stepped in. Legal counsel told me not to say all the things I was going to say. They simply want me to tell you they are exploring all legal avenues to document and report board member behavior that appears to violate West Virginia laws. At this point, or in the meanwhile, we simply want to ask the three of you to resign. At this point, I think it's what everyone's here for.
Okay, our next speaker is Chandra Lancaster, and she is representing herself, and she is speaking on the topic of support of resignation.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chandra Lancaster. I have a freshman son here at Tyler Consolidated. My husband, Jeff, is at home. He's not feeling well. I promised I was going to stay on script. However, I'm going to go off script here for just a second. Mr. Winters and Mr. Morris, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation that you gave tonight. Your work is proof of how incredible our schools are, how they continue to grow, and how they prepare our children for the future. Your dedication and efforts do not go unnoticed, and we truly appreciate all you do for our students. And I'm looking at you three, and the two students that spoke about brought me to tears, and you three do not seem affected at all. We find ourselves here again, still without any communication from the three of you. Ms. Stender, Mr. Thomas, and Mr. Shreves. You have refused to answer questions about Mr. Hiley's contract, citing executive session as your justification. Yet it is clear that you have selectively shared information with others, complete strangers to our community, while continuing to ignore those who elected you in good faith. If you refuse to disclose Mr. Hiley's contract, then let me ask you this. What are your plans for hiring a superintendent? What steps are you taking to improve the education and future of our students? The people of Tyler County deserve transparency, accountability, and leadership that prioritizes our children, not silence and avoidance. Additionally, since you have not provided any explanation as to why you believe Mr. Hiley is not what's best for our children, I would like to know if you have any candidates in mind and what qualifications or qualities you believe make them a better choice than Mr. Hiley. Ms. Stender, you built your campaign on promises of visibility and transparency. Let me remind you of your own words. Thank you to the wonderful people of Tyler County. I'm overwhelmed by the voting and all of your support. 49 years of teaching and subbing. I love our schools and our students. Now I can serve our school system in a different capacity. I do not take this lightly. I promised you I would be visible and transparent. I will not let you down. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Will you let us down? These were your words. Those were your words after you were elected. But where is the visibility? Where is the transparency? You have broken your promises, failed to communicate, and neglected the very people who put their trust in you. You are not fulfilling your duties, and for that, I am asking you to resign. Mr. Thomas, Mr. Shreves, your silence and the lack of engagement to the community show that you too are not upholding your obligations, responsibilities and obligations as board members. Our children's education and future are at stake, yet you continue to ignore those who have a right to answers, which I've recently sent you 3 emails in regards to something else other than Mr. Hiley's contract, and I haven't heard from any of you either. If you are unwilling or unable to serve in the capacity that this position requires, then I ask that you step down and allow someone who will. We are here tonight not out of frustration alone, but out of deep concern for the well-being of our students and the future of our schools. The people of Tyler County deserve better. Our children deserve better. And if you are not willing to lead with honesty, integrity, and the commitment, then I urge you tonight, do the right thing, resign. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Charlotte Turner, and she's representing herself, and she didn't write down what topic she's speaking about. So could you tell us the topic you're speaking about?
Yes, ma'am. My concern is for the people of Tyler County.
So she's speaking on the topic of concern for the citizens of Tyler County.
Yeah, I'd really like to take this microphone and turn it around because it's the people that I'm going to be addressing rather than the...
Actually, you are to address the board. You do not address the audience.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. As stated, my name is Charlotte Turner, and I'm not here to speak on behalf of Mr. Hiley. I'm not here to speak against Mr. Hiley. I don't even know Mr. Hiley. In fact, I don't even know but 2 of the members of the panel sitting here. I would recognize him now because he looks like his dad so much, but other members I would not be able to, and his dad I do know. But some of you others I might pass on the street and still not know you because I'm old. I am not originally from Tyler County. I grew up in Kanawha County, and the first 25 years of my life was spent there, but the last 48 years has been spent here in Middleburn. And so now I am a Tyler County-an. And when we were first looking at our house out here, we live out going towards Wick, I said, no, I'm not moving there. There is no way. The nearest mall is 1.5 hours away, and I'm not doing it. Well, here I am, 48 years later. So I went from being a city girl to being a county gal. And I've grown to love this small town that we live in. If you remember the old TV show Cheers, where everybody knows your name, That's how I sometimes refer to Middleburn, where everybody knows your name. My sister visited me, she lived in Florida, and she visited me here, a dozen or so years ago, and we went into Witchy's one day. And when we came out, she said, "I can't believe the aisles were packed and every one of those people spoke to you." And I probably had some conversations with the people, and I probably got a hug or two or gave a hug or two. This town is a place where neighbors help neighbors when they're needed. It's a town where people pitch together to have all kinds of fundraisers when we hear of someone with surmounting medical needs, bills, or other needs. And often we don't even know those people, but we gather around them and we rally in their support. It's a town where people from 7 or 8 different churches just in Middleburn can gather together on the steps of the courthouse on National Day of Prayer. And that's just in Middleburn. The same things happen in Sistersville and other parts of the county. It's not quite Mayberry. Shannon, if you're still up there, I'm not comparing you to Barney Fife, but it's close to Mayberry in my heart. But now I'm sad. I'm sad, as many of you are. I'm not seeing people behave like the people that I love. What I'm seeing is hate and anger and bad behavior. I've seen, and I'm asking, is this the way we want to conduct ourselves? And yes, I had someone from Florida ask me about this situation. It is on the news. It has gotten around. Is this the way we want to be seen? I've heard and seen slander and cursing and threats of physical harm. Yes, I've heard these things at the last meeting. And if you didn't, all you have to do is get on YouTube, type in BOE, Board of Education, Tyler County, West Virginia, February, I think it was 13th, 2025. And if you don't want to sit through the whole 5 hours of that YouTube, just tune in to the last 5 or so minutes when the meeting was over. There was one person I saw, a dark-haired young man. I don't know who he was. I don't want to know who he was. But he can be seen in that footage posing physical threat to one of the board members, a physical assault. And even if that assault is not carried out, it is still the threat of assault, which is punishable by law. So be careful, people, what you're saying and doing. For your sake, I'm telling you this. We've heard accusations about the board taking kickbacks and having personal agendas. Where's the proof? Where is the proof, people? Can one person stand up in this audience and say, "I know that person took a kickback"? Where's the proof? At the last meeting, I heard speeches from a few people who said they were Christians, and some I know to be. Amy Yost is one example who spoke eloquently and did a very good job. You know, as Christians, sometimes we can hide behind that title and be covered by the name we think. So I heard another woman who spoke and said, "I'm a Christian," and then she threw out insinuations that private matters relating to the board's decision to not renew Mr. Hiley's contract was discussed at a local men's Christian meeting. I can tell you that I have talked to several men and they have said that is not true. I don't know where she got her information, but she needs to check her sources, as all reporters do. My husband attends those meetings, and he said, absolutely, that was not true. Nothing was discussed that was discussed by the board in executive meetings. Paul in the Bible wrote about the fruits of the Holy Spirit. As a Christian, you should know what those spirits are. If you're filled with the Holy Spirit, they are the love, joy, peace, kindness, gentleness, goodness, faithfulness, and self-control. If you're a Christian filled with the Holy Spirit, you should know about these attributes. I've read things on Facebook about one Christian who referred to the three members as the three, well, I'm not going to repeat that because it was ugly and uncalled for. And I heard another Christian woman who ranted about the board who doesn't even have children in the county school system, and I was very disappointed to read what they had written. Many people here are not Christians. I pray that someday you will be, but you are all decent people. You are all decent people, and you're better than things that I have heard. I have heard people speak about what is best for the children. They say all of this is because of what's best for the children. But I ask you, do you want to teach the children hate? My two kids graduated in the 90s. And so I admit I haven't been in close contact with the dealings of the school, but I have a grandchild now in kindergarten, and I hope to do better. But I don't want her or any child, including those who sit here in this auditorium tonight, to be taught that solving problems can be done in such nasty ways. I understand your concerns, people. I believe everyone wants what is best for our schools in Tyler County. You want answers. I heard people saying, tell us, just tell us. The problem is that the board members, by law, and I Googled this, I'm not just taking someone's word for it, cannot discuss anything that goes on behind closed doors in executive sessions. If you go to a doctor for whatever reason, whether it be an ingrown toenail or a brain tumor, that doctor, nor any member of his medical staff, can discuss your conditions or what you have seen them for. That's why on the questionnaires they ask, who can we contact, who are we allowed to leave messages with on the phone? Because if they did, they could be in big trouble. If you have reason to retain a lawyer for whatever reason, whatever you tell that lawyer cannot be repeated by him. It's called, confidentiality, yes, but it's called lawyer-client privilege. That means your lawyer can't talk about anything that the client tells him. You can tell him, I murdered somebody, and he cannot repeat that. So, in the same way, this board, I repeat, they are bound to not discuss anything said or done in executive session, so they cannot answer your demands for knowledge. I've heard them called cowards. All right, I see my time's running out, so I'm just going to skip here to say the last thing. Mr. Hiley, there is only one person in this room that can tell you what the problem is. If you would just stand up and say, this is what I did wrong, and set the record straight instead of continuing to allow abuse to be heaped on these people. Would you do that? Sit down. Would you do that so that
Ma'am, your time is up. Okay, next on the list to speak is Sarah Smith, and she is representing herself, and she is speaking on the topic of support of resignation.
First of all, I want to say I'm not only representing myself, but my entire family. And I'm also Christian. I want everyone to know that too. Members of the Board of Education, parents, community members, staff, and students. I'm here to speak about the ineffectiveness of the Board of Education in relation to the decision to not rehire Mr. Hiley, as well as other issues that have caused conflict within our schools and in our communities. I have done some in-depth research into the responsibilities of a school board member in general, as well as information outlined in the West Virginia School Board Member Manual. School board members are fiduciaries, which means that they have a duty to act in the best interest of the public. School board members are guardians and stewards of the public trust. Through the policies you adopt, you are ultimately responsible for the success or failure of local public education. Your recent decisions indicates you have failed in that duty. You have not acted in the best interests of the students, the staffs, the public of Tyler County. There is no trust in your three's decision-making. Two of the signs of effective school board members are to build positive relationships throughout the district and to connect with your community. Again, you failed those areas. You have failed to respond to communication from your stakeholders. There have been many emails sent, phone calls made, letters sent, but 99.9% of those have gone unanswered. And I could gather to say 100% from what I'm hearing. Now, let's look at what constitutes a toxic board member. A toxic board member disrupts meetings and discussions, diverting time and attention away from critical issues. They may frequently interject with unrelated controversial topics, such as a school color issue, making it challenging to maintain a productive atmosphere in those meetings. Are you guilty of exhibiting this behavior during any meetings? You also have a code of conduct. You are prohibited from discussions with other board members outside of a public meeting. The following information is taken directly from the West Virginia School Board Member Manual. Generally, written communications, and I quote, generally, written communications, including electronic mail or email, should not be used to avoid public discussions that would ordinarily take place in the context of an open public meeting. Therefore, an exchange of email communications, text, phone conversations, which involves deliberating toward a decision on a matter requiring of official action is not permitted by this act. If a quorum of the board are emailing, texting, or discussing in person or by telephone about an item of board business, they run the risk of violating the Sunshine Law and are subject to criminal prosecution. Your acts may constitute a meeting which was not properly convened. These rules draw no distinction as to whether the messages are made with a device assigned by the school district, a personal device, or just an old-fashioned handwritten note. In fact, if a board member is engaging in discussions and conducting board business on their own personal device, that personal account may be subject to the Freedom of Information Act. Again, we know you're guilty. 3 of you have been seen after the conclusion of board meetings having your own parking lot discussions. In conclusion, Mr. Hiley was given an exceptional evaluation. I didn't see anything on it suggesting needs of improvement. The issue was not misconduct, insubordination, incompetence, neglect of duty, or immorality. But according to the school board member manual, it is the evaluation that supports whether to extend the contract or whether to offer a new contract. Therefore, it appears that your decision is based on nothing more than your own personal vendettas towards Mr. Hiley. Your actions clearly support the lack of trust and confidence in your decision making by the students, staff, and this community. You have clearly demonstrated that the best interests of Tyler County is not your first priority. And it's not too late to do what's best for this school system and for the future of our school system. That is to resign and allow 3 individuals to serve in your positions who have a true interest in this school system. Thank you.
Okay, our last speaker in delegations is Mike Baker, and he is representing himself, and he is speaking on the support of resignation.
Good evening. Last time I was here, I asked all the teachers and staff to stand up that was in attendance. There's a reason for that. I'm going to quote a board member This was after the first discussion with Mr. Hiley not reinstating his contract. All those teachers, coaches that have stood up for him and spoke, watch out because I'm coming after your ass next. Personal agenda, right? 100%. A question I was asked, did he get him? This was after that decision. I'm like, what are you talking about? Had no clue. This was asked of an acquaintance at work that I work with, is from another county, a board member. He said he was going to get rid of him before he was elected. Premeditated. Yes. Put me in the court of law. I'll answer this 100%, take a lie detector test. Not afraid to. You know, like Sarah, I'm a Christian. You know, I'm not a perfect Christian. No Christian's a perfect Christian. All right? But I can tell you that if someone says, I curse you in the name of Jesus, I'm not going to feel the power of God through them. No sane person is going to feel that power. Nobody. You know, several months ago there was an issue, and I don't know if I should bring this up here or not, in the locker room after or before a football game. Went to the proper authorities. Things were handled within the school system, I suppose. Wasn't really told exactly what happened because that's a personnel file issue. But it come to light to me this past week that 3 board members are maybe going to try to overturn that decision. My wife has emailed you guys. I got no response on it. I can tell you right now, if that is turned over, it'll get ugly. I will take it to court. I will get a lawyer. So think about that. I didn't want to drag Tyler County school system through the mud. Didn't want to drag that person through the mud. I kept it quiet just for the face and sake of that person, but that issue will get ugly. So do the courtesy to my wife. Reply. 30 seconds. That's all it takes. Had nothing to do with Mr. Hiley. It has to do with that issue. So please do that out of courtesy. Let's see my next page here. You know, everybody already spoke about Mrs. Stenders. I'll be visible, transparent. I'll be your voice. It's another lie. Lie, lie, lie. Last time you guys voted for the money of Tyler County. You didn't vote for the people of Tyler County. You voted for the money of Tyler County. I'm going to call a spade a spade. That's what happened. To everybody here, everybody in the public, that's what it looks like. You know, there's a man that's had influence in this county now for years, and maybe he's losing his thumb by holding everything down, and maybe that's the cause. I don't know. Maybe he's afraid he's going to lose that. We don't know. Be transparent. Give us some kind of answer. I mean, you can talk about it with other people outside of the community. You can inform them. If you can discuss those reasons with them, you best damn well be able to discuss them with us. Give us a reason. Inform the people of the county, the people that deserve the answers. Give them a reason other than your personal agenda. Because to everybody here, that's what it looks like. Let's see. You know, I was trained in sales, so I learned to read people pretty well. Last meeting, you guys didn't hardly pay attention at all. At least this time you're looking me in the eyes. So I appreciate that. I really do. I seen a little bit more of that tonight than what I did last meeting with some of the people speaking. But you've got to do better as a board. If you can't do better as a board, resign. Do us all a favor. Because at this time, I'm going to announce my candidacy for the Board of Education. And it's not a matter of if I get your seat, it's a matter of when. And I will be transparent. I will be for the students, and I will make sure the ship's going in the right direction. Thank you.
Okay, we are done with the delegation part of the meeting, and now we're heading to communications.
Nothing on the communications.
Superintendent's report.
Yes, under superintendent's report, I have personnel. It was brought to myself and Mrs. Feldmeyer's attention that there was some question by a board member as to whether we followed appropriate procedures when hiring a staff member 3 years ago. So Mrs. Feldmeyer has found that documentation, and she's in the Bahamas right now. But at the next board meeting, she'll be here to clear that up with everyone, because she was accused of saying things that were not true. So thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda is curriculum updates.
I think Mr. Morrison, Mr. Winters did a great job with that.
I think you did a fine job of that.
Nothing there today.
Okay, we will move to committee reports. Has anybody attended any of their committees this time?
I have one tomorrow morning.
Oh, Larry will attend MOVTI tomorrow and will give us a report at the next meeting.
And I attended the library committee, but she was already here and gave a report.
Okay, so we will move on to the next one, which is project updates, approval of the Middleburn Masonic Lodge number 34 Cornerstone project to be implemented into the new Tyler Consolidated Elementary School. Do I have a motion? Scott made the motion. Do I have a second? Second. Larry seconded that. Does anybody have any comments or questions about that?
Yes, I'd like to read a few comments. The Freemasonry is one of the oldest fraternal organizations in the world. It unites men of good character who, though of different religious, ethnic, or social backgrounds, share a belief in the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of mankind. They stand for integrity, friendship, respect, service, and the brotherhood of mankind. Their motto is liberty, equality, fraternity, and solidarity. So I would like to thank the Grand Secretary James Hubbard for his presentation last week and for the opportunity to do that.
Okay, any other comments? If not, let's take a vote. All those in favor of the Cornerstone project of the Middleburn Masonic Lodge number 34, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Next on the list is new elementary school approval.
So last week we presented to the State Board of Education, and our new Tyler Consolidated Elementary School project has been approved. Our CEFPs of both schools have been changed and approved. Next steps in that process will be, I think, Thursday and Friday, the 20th and 21st. The architects will be at schools meeting with grade level teachers, focus groups, to start really getting into kind of the more detailed parts of what that building is going to look like, and what it's going to bring to our students in the future.
Okay, moving on. Do we have any staff reports?
No staff reports at this time.
Okay, financial reports?
Mr. Davis, did you find that money that you were looking for? Okay. No, there's no financial needs.
Okay, just checking. Policy review?
Nothing under policy review. I will say that I have been in contact again, and I know it sounds like a broken record, but Mr. Hess has been working on our policy manual and updates. He just emailed me today. I haven't had a chance to read it yet, so I'll be sure to, whether I send it out in my weekly updates or at the next meeting, I will make sure to have an update on all of our policies that are being reviewed.
I would like to, suggest, I don't know if the audience will be thrilled with this, but I personally think that at some point, not in the midst of this, but I think 10 minutes is too long for a speaker to speak. you can get your point across in 5 minutes, and that's what most boards have, but our policy, and that's what we did before this started, but then when we actually looked at our policies to see what it was 10 minutes. So essentially, the time that you speak is to get your point across and what you want to say, and I would suggest that maybe as a board we look into possibly lessening the amount of time that somebody can speak, but that's just me. Also, we're headed to athletic schedules.
I would ask for approval of the Tyler Consolidated High School Volleyball 2025 schedule.
Okay, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Diana made the motion. Do I have a second? Larry seconded that. Is there any discussion on high school volleyball schedule? If not, all those in favor of approving the 2025 volleyball schedule, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. Okay. Next on the list is approval of requests. First is trip requests.
As you can see, we have quite a few trip requests. Some are clubs who are going to participate in different activities. Some are for our bands who are going to go to ratings and participate coming up in April. But you can read through those A through O, and I would ask for approval of all those.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the trip request?
So moved.
Scott made the motion to approve the trip request. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Andy seconded that. Are there any questions or comments about any of the trip requests? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving A through O trip requests, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, on to other requests.
We have 4 other requests, which are all for students to cross county lines for the 25-26 school year, and I would ask for approval of all those.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the permission to cross county lines?
I'll make a motion.
Diana made the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Scott seconded that. Does anybody have any questions about the crossing county lines? Hearing none, all those in favor of granting permission to cross county lines to attend Tyler County schools, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Oh, okay. And now we are headed to personnel. I would ask that we go into executive session to discuss personnel. Larry made the motion. Do I have a second? Okay, we are going into executive session to discuss 3 personnel issues. One is a personnel matter on teacher conduct. One is a personnel matter dealing with a TCHS coach, and one is personnel on the current agenda. So we will be in executive session to discuss those. All those in favor of going into executive session, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're headed out. It is 10:03. We'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, so we are at personnel, and we are in consideration and possible action on the superintendent's recommendation to accept the following personnel actions. Number 1, resignations submitted after publication of the agenda.
There are no resignations after publication.
The next is resignations. We have Herb Efall resigns by retirement as bus operator effective the end of the 2024-25 school year. We also have Savannah Weaver resigns her position as third grade teacher at SES effective February 14th of 2025. Do I have a motion?
Make the motion.
Larry made the motion to accept those resignations. Do I have a second?
Second.
Scott made the second. Any comments or questions about those resignations? Hearing none, all those in favor of accepting those resignations, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Under employments, transfers, and rescissions, we have 2. We have employee Shannon Huffman as assistant girls softball coach at TCHS effective immediately, and employ Elizabeth Riggs as a substitute teacher effective the beginning of the 25-26 school year. Do I have a motion to accept those employments?
Make the motion.
Larry made the motion. Do I have a second?
A second.
Diana seconded that. Do I have any comments or questions about those employments? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor of employing Shannon Huffman and Elizabeth Riggs, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next on the list is suspensions or terminations. Consideration and possible action on the superintendent's recommendation that a Tyler Consolidated High School assistant football coach's contract be terminated. Do I have a motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation?
Make the motion.
Larry made the motion. Do I have a second? I'll second that. Do I have any questions or comments about the termination? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of approving the superintendent's recommendation that the high school assistant coach, football coach's contract be terminated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Did everybody vote?
I did not.
Are you abstaining?
Yes.
What about you? What did you do? Okay. All right. That would be 3 ayes, 1 no, and 1 abstain. So the motion carries. Under anything under other personnel? Allowed and authorized the payment of the bills. Do I have a motion to pay the bills?
So be.
Larry made the motion to pay the bills. Do I have a second?
Second.
Andy seconded that. Does anybody have any question about the bills? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor of paying the bills, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We will pay the bills. Requests for agenda items for the next board meeting.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to start a search for the new superintendent for Tyler County School.
I have talked to Mr. Brown, and we are conferring on when we can start doing that. So I'll keep you up to date when he gets me the information.
I'd like to ask to put Mr. Hiley a new contract on the agenda for next meeting. Not an extension of the existing, but a new one.
Okay, so Mr. Hiley will write those down and they will be added. I will talk to Jim Brown about actually, he referred me to the lawyers, so I will be talking to the lawyers about when we start the superintendent search and how that needs to be done. So I can't say for sure that will be an agenda item, but after I talk to the lawyers, I'll let you know. The next regular meeting will be held on Monday, March 3rd, 2025 at 7 p.m. at Sistersville Elementary School. We will be meeting with their LSIC group at that meeting. So
Tour will be at 6:45 because there's no calendar hearing that
oh,
night.
okay. So our tour of Sistersville Elementary will be at 6:45. That's for the board. Okay, so do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Make the motion.
Larry made the motion. Do I have a second? Scott seconded that. The meeting is now adjourned. It will be at 10:53. The meeting is adjourned. See you at the next one.
Who made the second? I know you made the motion to come out. Who made the second to come out?
I don't know.